we represent.
Here.
We'll start the 8 o'clock agenda briefing. Mr. Crumpler?
Call to order, Chairmanwoman Barbara Aycock. Invocation is Vice Chairman Chris Gurley. Pledge of Allegiance is Commissioner Antonio Williams. Discussion and adjustment of the agenda. I do have two items to add to the agenda. One is a 2023 EMS Week proclamation. That will go under special presentations as the last item under special presentations. And then we have one budget amendment for social services for temporary help. That will go under budget amendments, and Ms. Spate will go over that when we cover the budget amendments in a few minutes. And approval of the minutes after that. Special presentations, we have employee anniversary pins. Then we'll do recognition of the Goldsboro-Wayne Transportation Authority as the North Carolina Transit System of the Year, presented by David Rue, Executive Director of the North Carolina Public Transportation Association. And then number 5, we have a discussion on school security and evolved technologies by Regional Manager Kyle Correll. And
We're having that by Zoom.
that's a Zoom meeting, yes, sir. And then number 6 is a presentation on the School Resource Officer Program by Lieutenant Brandy Jones. And then, of course, the last one would be the 2023 EMS Week proclamation, and Dave Cutterback will read that. We will then recess the Wayne County Board of Commissioners meeting and reconvene the Wayne County Board of Adjustments meeting to receive public comments on a special use request by Beulah McLaren to establish duplexes in the RA 20 zoning on Old Mile Olive Highway. The Board of Adjustment may act on this request following the public hearing. We'll then adjourn the Wayne County Board of Adjustments, reconvene the Wayne County Board of Commissioners meeting, and then hold a Board of Commissioners public hearing to receive public comments regarding an economic incentive grant to Select Genetics LLC and the conveyance of 19.96 acres valued at $1,996,000 located at 504 Gateway Drive, Goldsboro, NC 27534. The Board of Commissioners will consider the conveyance of the property and $2 million incentive grant payable over 10 years in the exchange for the company's commitment to invest a total of $58,500,000 in capital improvements and maintain 79 jobs in Wayne County. The Board of Commissioners may act upon this matter following the public hearing. Any questions on that? Then we'll have, is there appointment committee?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Then we'll move on to the consent, and we'll move to the budget amendments.
Your first budget amendment is for the solid waste department totaling $60,000. Are y'all able to see them?
No.
Okay, let's see.
I am.
I'll give you just a second. Are you pulling them up over there, Kayla? Okay, all right. I just want to make sure my screen won't frozen over here.
Well, I let you learn this because it's not in
Mine is too when I try to pull it up.
What's that on the,
Budget amendments.
I got mine.
You got yours when we started. Well, it's coming, I think. There you go. Kind of slow this morning. There you go.
yep, they're on our iPads.
Okay, so you can all see them now?
Yep.
Okay, all righty. So your first budget amendment is for the solid waste department totaling $60,000. They are requesting to reallocate funds from their regular salaries and wages to part-time pay. This is just to correct an error when they were preparing the original budget. They did not budget enough for part-time pay, but they do have enough in lapsed salaries to cover this, so it will not affect fund balance. Your next budget amendment is for central services, and it's a total of $373,507 You'll see here that there are a few line items being pulled from operating and then some contingency. This is a capital project that was budgeted in this past budget year to do audio upgrades for the commissioners' meeting room. And this, what's happened is, you see the additional funds being reallocated from expenditures. The vendors have required separations of this bid, and that did require additional time, and there was some price increases. But we were able to find the money in operating without having to pull any from fund balance. And Commissioner Williams, I think that you had requested a couple of questions when we were talking about this last Tuesday. The majority of work will be done between June 21st and July 17th, and they will not have to displace the meetings or anything like that. They plan to do them in between the board meetings, so it should not cause any interruptions.
Am I understanding that that is a $177,000 increase?
No, sir, that amount is what was originally budgeted. So that amount is coming from contingency capital outlay, which is our capital reserve fund where we house all of our budget for capital projects. And so that was the amount that was originally budgeted.
Well, what is the overage?
The overage is about $18,000, and if you add up the last three line items,
Okay.
contingency, imaging, and vehicle, that's where we're pulling those from.
I thought it was coming out of IT's department.
Well, IT is completing the project, but we found the money in central services, which is kind of like a department that fund helps support all departments.
Where does vehicle insurance play into this?
That's where it's coming out of.
It's just where it's coming out
Oh,
of. So
okay.
these are expenditures that we saw would have lapsed monies at June 30. So rather than pulling out of fund balance, we're just going to reallocate those
Okay,
monies to
okay.
another line item.
Good thing.
Okay, you're welcome. Your next budget amendment is for the Health Department totaling $5,713.50. These are a reallocation that they are requesting within the Healthy Beginnings grant, so this is all grant funds, and they are reallocating these funds according to how they'll be used through the rest of the fiscal year. Your next budget amendment is for the Sheriff's Office totaling $6,900. They are requesting to move the $6,900 from program supplies to office supplies, non-capital, and this is specific to the Crime Scene Investigative Division. They already had this budgeted, but we require them to move it to a different line item for accounting and reporting purposes. You have a budget amendment for the Jetport for $600. They are anticipating revenue and the associated expenditure to cover the cost for increased sales of oil for resale. Your next budget amendment is for the tax office for $12,000. They are requesting to move these funds from professional services to vehicle tax credit card charge fee. This is specifically for the tax and tag program, and we estimate how many will use the credit cards to pay for the vehicle taxes, but that's going up every year. So this is to cover the cost that we have to pay for credit card usage. And that's through the state, so that's not county credit cards, that's through the state, and we have to pay those fees.
So we can't charge a fee when people use the,
We do for our county departments, but this is through the state tax and tag program, and they passed those costs down to us. You have another budget amendment for the tax office requesting to move $14,000 to postage. This is due to an increased cost in the postage rates this year as well as an increase in volume. And they have adjusted this in the upcoming budget as well because that has been trending higher in the last couple of years. Your last budget amendment that was in your agenda packet is for the 911 center, and this is the county portion of 911 funds, $9,700. They are requesting to move this from salaries and wages to overtime and holiday pay. This is due to additional training that they've had to have for their employees due to the new CAD system. And then you all have a physical copy of a walk-on budget amendment that Mr. Crumpler mentioned for social services. It's for $30,000, and it's to help cover the temporary help services That amount has exceeded what they were anticipating for the year due to vacancies and some additional projects that they've had. But this is covered like 50 to 60% through state funds. And that's all I have for you.
I was just wondering, since they have all the vacancies, using this direct service allocation,
Yes, ma'am.
why wasn't some of the vacancy salary used? Are they over on that as well?
They are, with their salaries, we typically allow their lap salaries to fall out in fund balance, and then we use some of that to balance their budget the next year.
Moving on to number 10 is a motion to award inmate food services proposal. This is Wayne County Detention Center RFP award for inmate food services. A request for proposals was sent out for the Wayne County Detention Center for inmate food services. They received 2 RFP packets. Current pricing is $2.19 per meal. Committee reviewed the 2 RFP packets and would like to recommend Aramark, who was the lowest responsible bidder. The services are broken down by inmate population and per price meals for your reference. We would like to request the Wayne County Board of Commissioners award the bid to the lowest responsible bidder, Aramark.
Who's our current vendor?
Remember Allison, who our current vendor is?
I'm thinking of the one that we had before them.
It's that, yeah.
Trinity,
Yeah.
Trinity, yeah.
that sounds right.
Any questions on that? If not, we'll move on to new business. We had a presentation of the county manager's recommended budget for 23-24, and then a presentation of the 2023-24 CIP plan and update from Davenport Financial Advisors. Then we have the county manager's report, Board of Commissioners committee reports, closed session, and adjournment. We do have closed session. We can go to.
You want to do that now?
Serve attorney-client privilege.
So moved.
Please, Commissioner Gurley.
Do we need a vote, Madam Chair?
Okay, all those in favor of closed session? session.
Okay, we're back in regular session for the agenda.
Madam Chair, I'd like to adjourn for a few minutes.
Yes, let's adjourn.
Recess.
Recess, I'm sorry.
Good morning. We're going to call the May 5th, 16th Board of Commissioners meeting to order. Invocation will be Vice Chairman Commissioner Gurley.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we thank you for bringing us together this morning. We ask that you give us the wisdom to make decisions that best benefit all of our citizens. We also ask that you allow us to have a safe and fun Wings Over Wayne weekend and give all flying and traveling grace. We ask all this in your name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance, Commissioner James.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Mr. Crumpler?
Discussion and adjustment of the agenda. I do have a couple of changes, add-ons. Under special presentations, I'd like to add 2023 EMS Week proclamation. Under the consent agenda, I would like to add an additional budget amendment, number 517, for social services. And then also, under consent, I would like to add to allow the county manager to approve change orders for the Goldsboro Business Campus project with appropriate budget amendments and with county attorney approval as under the consent. And those are the only changes I have, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the adjusted agenda.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve the adjusted agenda. You can vote. Okay, Mr. Crumpler?
You'll move on to your approval of minutes.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the?
One moment.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. There we go. We had one person that had not
All right.
voted. There we go.
Are we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the May 2nd, 2023 minutes?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Move along.
Now, under special presentations, we'll have our employee anniversary pin presentation. All right.
All right, we ask that once you've received your pin, if you'll stand up here in front of the commissioners, at the end, we can get a picture of everyone, and we'll begin with the one-year pins. Michael Brand, Public Health Administration. Belinda King, Public Health. Samantha Otelio, Environmental Health, and I apologize if I didn't say that properly. Bianca Hernandez, Public Health, Child Services. Laurie Battlezar Calvillo, Sheriff's Office. Haley Wise with the landfill. Dwayne Johnson, Facility Services. David Breckel, Sheriff's Office. Hunter Walker, Sheriff's Office. Tyrone Sutton, Public Health Child Services. Corey Thompson, Register of Deeds. And that concludes our one-year pins. Now our five-year pins, beginning with Cameron O'Quinn with the Detention Center. Regina White, Facility Services. Miranda Lipscomb, Facility Services. Barry Gray, Planning Department. Christopher Campbell, Sheriff's Office. That concludes our five-year pins. For our 10-year pin recipient, Brad Baisden, Animal Control. And he is our only 10-year recipient today. For our 20-year recipient, we have one, Marion Johnson, EMS. And now we have our 25-year recipients. There are four of those. Ronald Carasquello with the Sheriff's Office. Yeah. Wanda Deans, DSS Income Maintenance. Vita Ham with DSS.
Oh my goodness, your own fan club.
And last, but certainly not least, Janice Rice, Finance. All right, if everybody will just kind of look that way
You need to stand up.
and smile. If commissioners, if you would stand. And Joel will let me know when he has snapped it, but just. All right. All right, look that way. 1, 2, 3. Usually get a got it, and I got it. Okay, thank you all.
Before everybody leaves, Commissioner Aycock would like to say something, please.
Thank all of y'all. Y'all are what makes Wayne County work. It's not us. Y'all are Wayne County. And from this board, just thank you for what you do. I think you don't go very far, but really, y'all are what makes Wayne County operate. Thank you. Thank y'all.
That's right. Sorry, I didn't get it out quick enough. Carol was speaking at the same time. I didn't got see it. It's supposed to be a surprise, what I'm told.
Got it. This week. Last week.
All right, we're moving on to the next item is recognition of the Goldsboro-Wayne Transportation Authority as the North Carolina Transit System of the Year, presented by David Rue, Executive Director of the North Carolina Public Transportation Association. We'll have them come up.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, my name is Barry Gray, and I am honored to serve as the chair of the GWTA, Goldsboro-Wayne Transportation Authority. And I would first like to welcome staff. I believe there's a number of staff here representing GWTA. And I want to thank them, of course, for their service and their hard work for providing such a needed service for transportation in this county.
Let's give a hand to the GWTA staff.
We do have several board members here present as well, and of course, I want to thank them for their work also. So it is my pleasure to introduce David Rue. He is the Executive Director for the North Carolina Public Transportation Association. He has served in that leadership role since 2017. David is passionate about public service in our state and provides guidance and support for NCPTA members, from the largest urban system to the smallest rural provider. The NCPTA is proud to provide education, training, and advocacy support to its 92 transit systems and 68 business partners. During David's time in leadership, the NCPTA earned national recognition as the State Association of the Year in 2021 by the Community Transportation Association of America. And so today, Mr. Rue would like to come and share some wonderful news regarding the GWTA. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board. I'm delighted to be here with you this morning to celebrate your strong leadership and formally congratulate GWTA. Our association membership is comprised of 92 public transit systems. Our footprint, it goes from Murphy to Manteo and everywhere in between, including Wayne County. Each year, the association recognizes one small market and one large market transit system, our transit systems of the year. Today, I stand before you to officially recognize GWTA as that large market transit system award winner. Now, a word or two about GWTA's leadership. Don Willis is completing his fourth two-year term as our NCPTA board member. The past two terms as secretary on our executive committee. If you give Don a round of applause. The association has term limits, so Don must rotate off the board in July, but he has agreed at my request to serve as our member services chair. That role is critical to our future success as a dynamic and thriving organization. Now the award. GWTA has earned the trust of this community. It never stopped service during the pandemic and continues to be the human gateway for your constituents to have access to good jobs, lifelong learning, and health care options, which enable your citizens, including our veterans, to continue to enjoy a high quality of life and to continue to live in place. As future requests come forward from GTWA, I hope you will remember this day fondly and know there is a face behind every dollar you invest in GWTA, and a face like the ones behind me making a difference every day with your constituents. So on behalf of our 92 transit systems and our 68 business partners, congratulations, GWTA. Don?
Thank you very much. I just will share a quote, and that's all I'll say. But there's a lot of love in this community, a lot of caring. The GWTA staff work hard every single day, and to do what they do takes a lot of love. And so my quote, I'll paraphrase, is that whatsoever is done in love is well done, and can accomplish as much. And they do that for us every day in our community. I'm so proud of them.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Willis, for what you do and your staff. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
They do a tremendous job.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I would like to move EMS Week proclamation to next,
Okay.
and ask Mr. Dave Cuddeback to come up to read that, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I thought everybody was here to hear us read proclamation for EMS Week, but I guess I was wrong on that. 2023 EMS Week proclamation. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, sheriff's deputies, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designated Emergency Medical Services Week now. Therefore, the Wayne County Board of Commissioners, in recognition of this event, do hereby proclaim the week of May 21st through the 27th, 2023, as Emergency Medical Services Week, with the theme, Where Emergency Care Begins. We encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. We invite people in the community to stop by any of our 11 stations, meet the people that take care of the people. I would like to start introducing you to a small population of those people.
My
Ma'am?
name is Kelly Carter. I'm a paramedic with Wayne County EMS.
And it's business manager for Wayne County EMS.
Marion Johnson, I'm a paramedic with Wayne County EMS.
Alex Westbrook, paramedic.
Justin Lewis, paramedic.
Angie Barnes, paramedic.
Rose Lake High, paramedic.
Jessica Tillman, paramedic.
Emily Jones, EMT. Cecilia Anderson, administrative assistant.
And also to kick off emergency services. And also to kick off Emergency Services Week, if I may approach, Madam Chair. We'd like you all to have some hats.
Thank you very much.
Representing the service that you all care for.
Thank you.
Feel free to wear them at any time. For example, when representing the county in a barbecue cook-off. When responding to a fire call. Or when taking first place in a track.
What was the last one? First place in a track.
Thank you all for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Aycock would like to say something.
Dave, I want to personally thank you, the email that we got the other day, the situation a week or so ago, when our family had lost a family member, and I think maybe lost a vehicle, and you went the extra mile to help them. I know the email was giving you all the credit, but I'm quite sure you had a lot of your people working on it. And I just want to thank you for all the effort. I want to thank all of you. And Justin, I want to congratulate you on your certificate you just got from Wayne Community College. Well deserved. Some of the rest of you may got one, but I knew Justin got one. But I thank y'all so much for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Exactly. Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the 2023 EMS Week proclamation.
We'll have to vote manually since it was
That's-
a walk-on, so
that's-
if everyone in favor will raise their right hand. Unanimous, thank you.
Thank you all. We hope you all have a great week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, we gotta do this too. Join audio.
Moving on to item number 5 is a discussion of school security and evolved technologies by Regional Manager Kyle Correll. I guess that's how you pronounce it.
Yes, hi there, everybody.
Hey,
Greetings.
Good morning.
Thanks for having me today. So if I can, I'm Kyle Correll, as said a moment ago, so I'm the regional manager for the area. I've worked with a lot of different school districts, specifically in North Carolina, most notably some of your neighbors being Johnston County and somewhat close by Guilford County. We're also finalizing with Nash County and Harnett County as well. So you guys are all in good company, and you can talk with a lot of others around the area about how the system's working for them as well. So I figured we could use this opportunity to do a brief overview of the product and how we go to market, and then field any questions anyone may have. As relatively interactive as you'd like this to be, I'm open to, okay? So I wanted to start with what's kind of evolved to this point in the market. One of our first school districts we worked with in the North Carolina market was Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District, and they had found a record 26 guns in a 6-month time period prior to working with us, and they had found us through the Carolina Panthers, who we had been working with, and they had found all these different ways of looking at traditional metal detectors and a lot of different things on the market to try to, drop the count of just getting lucky by finding guns through tips from other students or by other means necessary from working with their law enforcement officials. But afterwards, they put out this article that I'll share with the team following this that just explained having different measures in place and having our system in place at their entryways for all the students coming in each day, and then in some cases even visitors. They've seen a dramatic drop in the number of guns they've been picking up off of students during that time period. Another example I wanted to start with was Guilford County. They had been finding a number of different guns on students as well. They actually had an instance in January of this year where they had a student flowing through our system following Christmas break. He had a gun concealed inside of his backpack. As soon as he walked through our system, he was detected and found out that the kid was also on probation as well. So he was picked up at the door and he was arrested on the spot. So this is just some examples of our system working in real life settings, and wanted to make it kind of close with it being inside of North Carolina and how they're being proactive in their measures. Let me share you some of this content here. Is everything sharing okay from the material side?
Yes.
Okay, good. So again, we're a company that started out in 2013, right outside of Boston. And what we've seen is that historically, end users that are trying to prevent weapons and items from coming into their facilities that may be prohibitive have looked at measures of X-ray machines and traditional walk-through metal detectors. So we started the company out of that thought that we wanted to create a more more frictionless environment for crowds of high volume and gathering environments. So traditionally, you would have had to throw a lot of metal detectors at different areas. And with our equipment, we're using advanced sensors and algorithms that have been trained on specific profiles to be able to have a much quicker process for ingress into buildings. And most notably, the industries that we're working with is the healthcare market, sporting and pro sports, and industrial workplace settings, and of course K through 12. So those seem to be, as of right now, where we're getting the most clientele and making the biggest difference on detecting guns at these doorways each and every day in some instances. So again, here's just another look. So we're a publicly traded company as of last year. Prior to that, we got some investment backing from the likes of Bill Gates' investment firm and also Governor Jeb Bush's. Through his time down in Florida, he was involved in a lot of different violent scenarios, so he felt strongly about backing our company as well. And then we're also the only DHS Safety Act certified product that's on the market for the frictionless experience. So that's another important one that gives us a nod from Department of Homeland Security. Here's just a look at some other brands we've started to work closely with, and these are really only some of the ones that we can share. So some of our three major differentiators for us is the fact that we use that algorithm that allows for limited lines. So at all of these schools that in some cases have 1,500 to 2,000 to even 3,000 students, we can often put 2 or 3 of these systems at specific entrances like bus lanes, main entrances, or car drop-off or student rider, and never have a line at these entrances. So that's really important for creating a conducive learning environment and also a welcoming environment that can still reduce anxiety and really be a process that can be used every day and not just randomly. That's something we feel strongly about to be a real useful part of a district security posture. So that's something we achieve first and foremost. And then next is also off that algorithm is less nuisance alarms. So because of the way that our algorithm's written, we're looking for specific signatures of items coming through. So that allows us to filter a lot of benign items. And schools like Johnston County are running at an 8% alarm rate coming into school. So that allows for only 8% of the students coming through the doorway to have a secondary interaction, and can allow the staff to have a little bit more attentive and being a part of that process as well, that it's only happening 8 to 15% of the time. So that's really important point there. Obviously, metal detectors are really good at finding metal. They're not really good at filtering what they're finding coming through, which causes a 1-to-1 search ratio in those scenarios. And then lastly is a targeted search. So if you noticed on one of the images previously, we work with tablets that are deployed with the system. This is probably one of the biggest differentiators overall, because some systems on the market, they just have a red light that displays, hey, an alarm went off and there's an audible tone. So we actually display where at this potential threat was located onto a tablet screen. So if that's inside of someone's bag, if that's on someone's body, that allows for the user to be able to see exactly where and focus their attention on that. That way we don't have to make it an intrusive process by wanding their entire body or having them divest all of these different items. We can focus on that one threat detected area and continue to keep things moving. What else is nice is that when there's a large crowd, let me share a video with you that might bring this to life a little bit more. Because we can process the crowds really quickly, here's a look at a crowd coming through at a school one day, and there's not one alert here. But what happens is if there's an alert that goes off, that image will go directly to the tablet that the staff member is standing at right here. And when an alert does go off, it happens simultaneously to the tablet, so you can quickly ask this person to step to the side. And when that tablet alerts, it'll stay on that image until the next alert shows up to supersede that. So that allows you to not play a guessing game on who this went off on when you have thousands of people flowing through the door. it pinpoints directly where he asks them to step to the side, and the same image shows up on a secondary tablet that's at a table off to the side. So I'll pause there for any questions until I go over it in a little bit more detail. Any questions up to that point?
So how many people do you recommend per scanner?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Let me show you this image here. So depending on, if we use a single lane or dual lane, so, at most schools or most really entrances in general, we're deploying single lanes because they can screen up to 2,000 people per hour. So that would just be one of these walking lanes you see right here in the middle, and then one of these secondary tables. So we have a position that we call flow control and a position we call alarm resolution. So we would want at minimum one staff member at each station, so one staff member at flow control and one staff member at alarm resolution. In some cases, you may want to have 2 people over at alarm resolution, just to speed that process up that much more dramatically in the mornings. But a lot of schools we work with only do 2, so anywhere from 2 to 3 is kind of the recommended amount. And then for a dual lane, just
Double that.
double that amount.
So you're saying one law enforcement officer and 2 staff members, or two
So
law?
law enforcement is more for supervisory in case something is detected that needs farther intervention. From the way the system works, we're not able to allow law enforcement to be involved with it for probable cause. So typically, it's a mixture of teachers, APs, principals, and coaches, and in some cases, we've even seen some volunteers that the school district brings in some mornings as well. So it depends, but law enforcement and SROs are typically in the background. Kind of like in this image here, if you notice kind of floating in the back, not involved directly in any sort of screening at all.
So, do I understand are you saying that if something's detected by your system, that a law enforcement officer cannot get involved, or?
Yes, sir, because it still has some items that are no nuisance alarms for us, so some items that are gonna alert on our system, generally every time are gonna be umbrellas and steel stamped eyeglass cases. Even some forms of laptops when they're combined with a lot of different items inside of a bag. So with that, that's not probable cause for officers to be the ones to utilize the search. That's what we've heard from other counties that we've worked with. I'm not sure if that's a difference county by county, but that seems to be consistent with what we've seen.
But you're saying that it picks up all guns, knives, explosives, anything like that?
No, so that's a good topic too. So our system was designed specifically for what we deem to be more mass casualty focused weapons. So in this image are items being detected by our system, pipe bombs, the barrels of guns, and small guns of 5-shot or 2-shot Derringers on our higher sensitivity settings. But what we will not find in this image are the sunglasses and the small pocket knife. It's just too small of a system, too small of a signature for us to be conducive to the environment we're looking for with more of a high throughput. So that is part of kind of the threat tolerance that our end users are dealing with. And it's consistent with what we see just on dangerous instruments inside of schools in general, with scissors and knives that may be provided in cafeteria, and really just sharp, blunt objects in general, right? So because of that, there really isn't a system on the market that can reliably detect all of these items and still keep a consistent flow that you're looking for into schools. Otherwise, you're really going to need to be able to look at each individual on a one-by-one basis to confirm those items, and in most cases, even need an X-ray machine. Something we've seen, even at the most stringent security levels like TSA, let me show you this article right here.
So does it pick up like polymer type guns, or is it just for the signature?
So it needs to have a steel or metallic signature to it. So even polymer based guns, like the popular ones are Glock, that have majority of the gun is made up of polymer other than the slide and barrel, we are going to detect the slide and barrel. So as long as there is a metallic slide and barrel in the mix, which every gun on the market other than 3D printed ones are made that way, we are going to detect those. We are not going to detect 3D printed or 100% polymer based guns.
You made a comment a while ago about going up on high sensitivity to try to Is that where it would have to be at, on the highest sensitive?
For a Smith & Wesson, Airway or a Derringer, those are the, sensitivities that would need to be on. So for the very, very subcompact weapons, like you see from the image before, like
Right.
this is actually the Airway model right here.
Yep.
We would need to be on our E or F sensitivity setting, which most schools do run on our Delta or Echo, which is our, two higher sensitivity.
Well, that's-
And then F being most sensitive.
Well, that's gonna be an alloy frame, so you're saying, okay. All right,
Now
thank you.
with that, right, there's steps to the false alarms that come with it, so there's a little bit of a balancing act, but if you can help stay in front of the prohibited items list, like we work with Columbus Schools, they run on level E and they have a 9% alarm rate, so it's just, really takes, saying that, hey, if we're implementing these types of systems, we need to limit the amount of, items that are, students are bringing in on a daily basis, and if umbrellas are being brought in, instead of being stowed away in a student's bag, they're held out in someone's hand. So that way when, the alarm image shows up like this, that box would be directly on that umbrella held out in front of them. So there's some workarounds with the way that we train the staff and train, the districts to make it conducive as possible. But at the end of the day, we are still not 100% on knives that come through the system. When they're made of ceramic or steel or stainless steel and they're very slim blades, those are not the type of knives that we're going to detect. We're really looking for big hunting knives or very, very large folding knives that have a specific signature. That's just not the way our system was designed.
So more for knives than guns then?
Sorry, one more time.
You say more, you keep saying more about knives. Is it just the material it's made out of, or the size, or both?
Yes, sir. It's the density, size, and material it's made out of.
Okay.
Gun barrels are made of a galvanized steel, pressurized steel that carries a different signature than the ceramic or aluminum that's found in the small knives.
So in your, the different school systems that you have, your systems in, how many, on the average, how many do they have per school, like in a high school situation?
So typically, we try to minimize it down to 2 just to be as cost sensitive as possible. And then also on the staffing side, the more stations you deploy, the more staff you need. So we've identified in most cases 2 locations. Most want them at the main entrance for late arrivals and visitors. So that's always one that we try to address. And then the other one would typically be a bus lane or somewhere that's in another location that, sees the most traffic. So the way that we get to that number is typically by doing a site survey with my team and the installation team, that would be our field partners. And we actually go school by school by school with shareholders from the district and talk with the principals, talk with the SROs, and come up with that right mix that's conducive for each school. We try to limit that to 2 or 3. I'd say 3 at the most in the worst case scenario.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hey, Cal, this is Commissioner Antonio Williams. I had an opportunity to go to DC. The board allowed me to go to DC, and I went through the process and saw, evolve how it worked firsthand. However, I want you to kind of like elaborate, because we may have other uses, depending on the board, in regard to like our DSS health department and also our court system. Can you elaborate a little bit on those applications?
Yes, certainly. So, in court settings, we're not typically used for courthouse settings. From what we've seen in the marketplace, it demands a little bit higher of a detection setting, like even down, I've heard a lot of court locations ask for even down to fingernail clippers, right? And the way that our system's designed, that's not a market that we were intended to go for. What is conducive for us is high throughput, short time windows of people arriving to areas, and then the threat profile really needs to be the appetite for guns, which is first and foremost around what the algorithm's finding. So because of that, courthouses don't seem to see a ton of visitors, so in most cases they've used traditional screening technology like X-ray machines and high sensitivity metal detectors. We've heard some cases where they may use our system for employee screening or other areas that may be less risk tolerant, and they want to create a more frictionless screening scenario. So I'm working with the Spartanburg's courthouses right now, and they're building for that reason over in South Carolina. And then we also work with some county departments like Charlotte-Mecklenburg County, actually Durham at their city hall, and Atlanta City Hall, and a couple other locations where they actually screen visitors for coming in for permits, and then also a mixture of employees as well. So it just depends on what that environment looks like, and if it fits the needs on what you're looking for. Again, there's just not really a perfect product out there that can do all of it and create a welcoming environment where you don't have to either A, take everything out of your pockets and go through one by one, and that still creates room for human error. As you guys may know, right, I could take a knife and stick it in my shoe, and in most cases, people are not going to take shoes off. So it just depends on what the end goal is, and it's a really complicated topic, but I would say in most areas we're not the fit for courthouses directly if it's visitors for court coming in and things like that.
Cal, another question. I know you have a mobile unit.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that and how it works?
Yes, so we've recently come out with a newer model system that is a little bit different than our previous one. I'm gonna bring up our website because I think that is the best area that shows it. So right here on our website, if you wanted to just look this over later as well, under Solutions and Evolve Express, this is a look at our system that's natively made for indoors. This one can actually be moved around no problem too. It's got these pedals you see right here that actually engage wheels down, and these systems on the left-hand side here are also embedded with wheels, and then there's 3 connections through 3 different types of cables that make connections under the tower. And then we just need a 120, 110 outlet for power. And then here's a look at our more ruggedized system right here in this video. So this is showing you just kind of how fast the system can be set up. You can wheel it out with these external wheels very, very quickly. 3 of the connections are already made at the bottom. So you see him setting this up in 2 minutes and 25 seconds. So if end users have a desire to use this for football games, basketball games, or really just any events in the county that may ask for screening, this is a really great model to consider. That just allows it to be able to go over much more ruggedized surfaces, farther distances, things like that.
Now the biggest concern with our board is always money. How much is this going to cost?
Yeah, so our system is at MSRP value, $29,000 per year for a minimum of a 4-year agreement. So we typically see that discounted off that price once we go through our partners. So I think most recently, Harnett County, for instance, it's a public scenario. I think they're looking at 32 total systems, 28 of them being single lanes, and 4 of them being dual lanes, and they are looking at a total bill of $3.1 million across 4 years, entirely installed, entirely trained. So that's a little bit bigger of an install base than in most cases. But at MSRP value, it's $29,000 per year, and you would see a discount on that once we come up with final counts and get you introduced with one of our contracting partners.
Are you saying 3.1 million for the 4-year term, or $3.1 million per year?
For the 4-year term. That was for Harnett County, so you'll probably be seeing some info on that over the coming days, or really say a week or 2. But that's the bill that they're looking at right now for the count that they're looking for.
Now let me ask you this: Is it a possibility each school could just use 1 unit opposed to having 2 units?
Yeah, certainly. If you have a campus that's conducive with that, or how you're trying to use it, I've certainly seen that in many cases. That's actually what Nash County is doing up in Rocky Mountain area. We're going through the final T's and C's with them right now, and they are only deploying 1 at each school.
Well, the issue with that is you got to funnel everybody through one entrance. Correct?
Yes, sir. It certainly would take some concessions or different work there.
Back to that 3.1 million over 4 years. Are you saying 3.1 million per year for 4 years?
No, that's for the total
It's like
4-year
100,000 per
timeframe
year.
for all things with system all things encompassing across that time. That's break fix, that's training, that's installation, that's everything across 4 years.
At the end of the 4 years, is that
So we
then
offer-
our
we offer
property?
two options. At the end of 4 years, County, they opt in to purchase the equipment in year one. So in year 5, 6, and 7, they would pay a more nominal fee, which I think is around, off the top of my head, $17,000 per year per system. And then they own the equipment. There's also an option where you can subscribe to the hardware and software across the 4 years. And then at the end of that term, you can either opt out of it or you can opt into a new term. And we deliver you the newest hardware components that we're offering. So that kind of brings you up to speed on the latest and greatest in a more nimble way. But some places just like to buy it and procure it and own it. So we offer that option too.
So it's basic-
we can price it both ways to you when ready.
So it's basically like a lease option.
Well, lease is a little more deceiving because in some cases you can own at the end of the lease. With this one, there is no ownership method. You would just pay the subscription to the usage of the system and the software. But I guess in some cases you could view it similarly to like a 4-year car lease. At the end of the car lease, right, you would go in and get the new F-150 or whatever that model may be. But that is how that model would work. There is no ownership option at the end.
So where's year 5, 6, 7 come into play?
That's just how long we support the system if you buy it. So we support it for that amount of time under an active maintenance contract.
So the first 4 years is $29,000 per unit, and then the 5, 6, and 7 is round figure 17,000 per unit.
Round figure, yeah. If you do the purchase option, yes, sir.
Kyle, several questions. With the changing in technology from day to day, in 7 years, is this system still going to be suitable, or is it going to be outdated? I mean, because technology changes so fast. And also, these different locations that you've mentioned in North Carolina, has any of them committed?
I'm sorry, are any of them what? I didn't get it.
Has any, like Harnett County and Nash County, have they committed to your system?
So Nash County has closed out their bid and awarded it. They are going through the final legal T's and C's with our contract partner now. We anticipate that to be wrapped up in the coming weeks. Johnson County has committed. Guilford has already committed. Person County has committed. And then Harnett County had a meeting with their Board of Commissioners. It sounds similar to what we're doing today. They had one yesterday, and I anticipate they'll have a decision over the next week or two on their move forward. To answer your other, I hope that answers that part. To answer your other part about the changing of technology, I completely agree with you. I think technology as a whole is moving fast. I think AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning is moving really fast. So I think personally, in the 4-year time period, it's actually a little bit lesser value to do the subscription model, and I think it allows you to be more nimble with changes to technology. I think if you do the purchase route and you take the equipment to 7 years, I think if you're fine how it's used today and it continue to work in your environment as advertised, and you're covered on the break fix, and you're covered under contract for us to operationalize it and keep it operational for a 7-year span, then I think it can work too, right? It's just, it may not work as good as what may come out in 4 years. So there's really a dynamic around that, you know, I can't really answer for you, but, you know, I can help you navigate with giving you as much information as possible around the pricing and all that. So it's a little difficult, but look, a lot of companies, I think, are trying to solve this problem. We're certainly in the lead for how we're doing it. So, you know, it's tough to answer with a crystal ball in 4 or 5 years.
And one more question. you know, with all the tragedies that, the mass shooting that's going on in this country, especially at schools, a lot of them, the individuals never enter the building. They just show up on campus and start shooting. And a system like this, in my opinion, would not be of a benefit. Do you have any kind of figures on a ratio of what your equipment is actually detecting? And then, like in other cases, when someone just shows up on campus and starts randomly shooting, I mean, is there any figures out there on the, which is more frequent, or, and I'm probably not asking the question proper, but.
No, I get what you're saying. I mean, the reality is if someone has ill intent, with, you know, some of the scenarios you've seen on the news, then, you know, there really isn't a technology out there that's going to stop that other than extreme locked doors, armed officers, and even then, right, I don't think that's a 100% guarantee in a lot of ways. You need bulletproof, I mean, you need bullet resisting glass, there's layers to a lot of this, right? I think what our system does, it creates a presence that's known at entryways, that has staff near it and accompanying it. I think you see scenarios where we're stopping people that have it in their bag concealed, and you never know what that can turn into with bullying or a fight that goes the other direction. So it's kind of two parts to it, right? We are looking at partnering with other technologies on the market that actually do open carry detection. So there's a product out there called Omnilert that does detection of open carry. So if a weapon's brandished, that's something that our system has cameras on board that can detect this. So that's something that in a couple months we're going to go live with. And this is something that's working towards sending out alerts very quickly on that, where seconds matter. But there isn't really a technology out there that is stopping someone with ill intent right now. And I'd open that up to the room for discussion, but you know, we're close to it often. The other part of that question is our detection to gun profiles and working. You know, I mean, all I have is articles about you know, it working in the settings that we've deployed them at, and you know, a lot of our end users that have gone through testing of the system, and we've had third-party testing through some different companies and panels. So you know, that's out there, and I hope that can answer your question all right. The Safety Act designation goes through pretty stringent testing as well. So I hope that kind of answers your question in a couple parts.
And another thing also, you know, a lot of them, one of the largest problems in the last few years certainly wouldn't be doesn't affect your company or whatever, but the lack of school supervision, unlocked doors, and things like that. I mean, your systems are going to be useless for that, but that's not y'all's fault. But you know, a lot of them have just been unlocked doors, and
Yes, sir. Look, I completely agree, and that's what I meant about layers to the approach, right? There's certainly aspects to all security postures about what can be done at different areas, and you know, schools are probably one of the most challenging environments to secure because of the way that they were constructed during their time. In some cases, security wasn't at the forefront of the architectural layout. There's a lot of doors to cover. There's there's just a lot of areas to address, right? And you're doing it with limited security-minded personnel in most cases. And we're asking educators to, you know, look at things from a different lens and to be more attentive about different areas. And you know, you're 100% right. It takes something that has to be an ever-changing process and procedure. And you know, we do feel like we are part of that equation for a way, but there's certainly other parts to it, 100%.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Back to the active shooter part, that's over and above what you're talking about, correct?
That is over and above what I'm talking about, yes.
And that's more of a surveillance type.
Yeah, so that's something that would run on surveillance cameras. So on our system, we actually have cameras that are on board. So if you desire to install cameras with our system, they have ports that just need cables ran to it. And this is actually a look at how those cameras run. Show you the point of view on what they look like. They're right in the center of our larger tower, and it just gives you a 360-degree point of view. So we would load that analytic onto our camera for the open carry detection, and this would be right at the front of the doorway. But you can also deploy it onto other cameras too. So that's just other technology that's out there. So there's a lot of areas to this where, open detection is one area to be concerned about, and maybe have something that can detect that if possible. And then, ours that's looking for kids bringing this inside of their bags and have a pointed attack on a student or are being bullied and want to carry it. There's a number of areas on what you're trying to address.
You made a comment about that it addresses the open carry, but your system should alarm on that, correct?
Certainly. I mean.
Wait, let me back up. I say should. Will it always alarm on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Always.
I thought we were referencing like the stuff from the news of an ill intent perpetrator, like what we saw in Covenant, Tennessee or something.
No,
like that.
no. I'm just asking about the camera. So the cameras are on the towers on the systems that you're talking
Yes,
about.
sir.
They're
Yes,
on
sir.
top of
Yeah.
that, correct? And you made a comment that would be for identify open carry.
If desired, yeah. If you wanted to add that to the system in the future, that would be something you can do.
But your system will detect open carry.
It will detect a gun being carried through the system to the tablet based on the.
I'm talking open or not. I'm talking about if you got it on your side, like a deputy walks through, it's going to detect him every time, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Every time. Okay.
Which is actually the case here in Johnston County, right? This was at a middle school. When the weapons detection system alerted, the guy was carrying it on his, actually it says right here, the system alerted that the man was possibly carrying a weapon on the left side of his front waistband. So detected right there on this guy. They left him in the vestibule area locked, and SRO came over, and they arrested him on the spot for having a weapon on school grounds.
Okay.
So I would certainly recommend talking with Johnston County and some of these neighbors that have deployed it, get some of their feedback if this is something that you're going to continue to pursue, and then allow us to continue to put together a proposal for you and get this pricing in front of you to take into consideration as well, and go from there. Do you have any further questions? For me, that's a lot of the content that I have to share for today.
Yeah, Cal, you were very thorough. This is Commissioner Williams. You were very thorough. One thing that I think that would be important too is in regard to the pads, the computers that are on the system, the emergency settings that they'll have access to, the staff will have access to if there is a concern.
Yes, so that is so we actually have the ability to send an alert from the tablets. I was trying to see if that was on here to show. We have the ability that if something is detected from the tablet, that we can actually send an alert from the tablet itself that can go to text messages or email threads, phone numbers or emails, and that's something that can be done directly from the tablet. So it's almost like a mini mass notification. We've heard a lot of schools like that feature because they don't always want to use their radios or walkie-talkies. This is a more inconspicuous and low-profile way to send an alert to other staff members within that specific school or within the district in general as well. Thanks for bringing that up. That's a good point.
And I had another question, and then I'll be done. Is it a possibility that we could get a trial of one of them in one of our schools of choice just to see how it works?
Yeah, certainly. All we would ask for that point is that you guys have talked farther amongst yourselves that it's a serious consideration. It takes a lot of resources on our end to get the equipment there for a week to have our staff help train your staff for a week and be there to support it. So I would just say, as long as you all are serious about, potentially moving forward, if it's deemed successful or hits the success criteria that you'd be looking for, we'd certainly be open to doing that. We did that for Arnett County, we did that for Johnston County. We've done that for a number of different districts around the area. So we certainly understand the importance of getting the touch and feel on it, to seeing it in your environment, and then also, the really important part of all this too is also getting the community engagement and community buy-in behind the direction that, the district and county wants to move forward with. That everyone understands it's for the sake of school safety. So we want everyone to be on board with how the equipment works, and certainly let you guys get to see that firsthand. You all, I should say. So let us know if that's something we can start to maybe come up with a game plan around, and we can be back in touch about coordinating that.
Commissioner Forster, you had any questions?
Oh, no, I'm good now. I had one, but it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. That was, I know it was probably some tough questions. We got a tough board here. But I think that overall, we want to do something that helps the community. I know a lot of our young people, they don't like the intrusiveness of how certain technology is. It kind of affects their mental health at times when they feel like their section, moved to the side to get searched or things of that nature. So something like this would probably help them with their mental health. But we'll get our county managers to get back in touch with you and see where we're going to be going in regard to this once the board makes a decision.
Okay, I appreciate that. And again, if you need any further references or just content following this meeting that I can send to you, just let me know, and I'm happy to be in touch or help with anything along the way for you all, okay?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Appreciate the time and all the engagement. Have a nice week.
You too.
Are we ready to recess?
We have one more presentation under special presentation.
At 9:30. Do we need to do that?
It's past 9:30,
Yeah.
but we still have the sheriff here.
If you're late, you're late.
Let's go ahead and do this last presentation on the School Resource Officer Program by Lieutenant Brandy Jones. I think the sheriff is here as well.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
We're tag teaming this thing a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what you needed as far as complete information. I think you have a handout in front of you, is that correct? That
Yes.
I'll be kind of going over, and then any questions, I'll probably be referring those to Lieutenant Jones here. But real briefly, these are the kind of the outline of what the School Resource Officer Program has. We have a coverage of 29 out of the 33 schools, full-time SROs 19, part-time SROs 5, schools with full-time SROs 9 middle, 5 high schools, 1 alternative, and schools with part-time SROs 14 elementary. Those of you who were on the board about 4 or 5 years ago, we increased our numbers enough to make the middle schools have a full-time SRO. We still do not have full-times in the elementary schools. The general requirements under the SRO program, one thing I want you to kind of look at, the SRO must have a general certification of 1 year before they're allowed to be an SRO. That doesn't mean a new deputy can't go and serve as a security officer at a school, but he does not have the same rights and privileges that a certified SRO has. In fact, an SRO actually has some additional privileges that I don't even have because they are the SRO assigned to that school. And that's by what the state allows. They have a state certification. I require them to go through crisis intervention training within the first, actually it's the first 2 years now of employment because of the restraints that we've had on employees. We can't get everybody through in the first year. The qualities we look for is a little different in a SRO than some other law enforcement officers, Basically, they have to be a social worker, a parent, a church minister. They have to go and be a lot of things to a lot of different personalities. So their personality has to match the personality of that job. So it may be a little different than what you might see in some settings of another law enforcement officer. And basically down here, you see what it takes. They go for 10 months, of course, to school, and then during the off months, they have their vacations, they have extra training, and they also have to cover summer school, and then they help in different divisions during the summer. The total operation budget for our SRO program is approximately $1.5 million, and through our reimbursement grants from the Board of Education, it's approximately $709,000, approximately 50%. So I'll just let y'all look over the rest of it. If you have any questions, the last page kind of gives the different duties, what is expected of them from day to day. If you want, just look over that, and if you have any questions. Lieutenant Jones has been with the program many years. She can definitely answer your questions.
I understand they teach law-related education. That is so important. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, sir. We have some classes. There is actually a law enforcement class at Spring Creek High School. It's kind of like the fire academy class they have at Goldsboro. And, if there's any type of questions, then our SROs can go in, or if it's during a civics class or something like that, sometimes the teacher will ask, the SRO to come in and kind of explain a little bit more. Sorry. They were explain, just a little bit more in the laws and, how things work.
I think overall, I hope part of the curriculum is teaching young people the ramifications of doing certain things. And if you do a certain crime, it could cause an effect of X amount of years. So because that's important, that'll help deter it when you have planted that seed that this is what could happen to you.
Right, yes, sir, and we do, and we go in and explain, to some of the students exactly, what could happen to them. Of course, the age has a lot to do with, whether they get arrested and go, to jail, or if they go to juvenile detention, and so yeah, we try to explain all the consequences to them.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, do you currently have any screening that's taking place at any of these schools? Similar to what we were talking about there, any type of metal detectors and so forth?
Were you talking about like the metal detectors?
Yes.
At our alternative school, we have, all the students do go through metal detectors there, but any of the other schools, usually it's during sporting events. We don't have any during the morning time to come in because of all the entrances. You have your high school, you have your students who drive, they usually come in one way. You have your buses, they come in one way, and then you have your parent drop-off. And depending on the school, they may come in another way. So you may have 3 different entrances of students coming in the morning times.
Maybe that's something that, the educators, the board could possibly change. You think about young people, they can drive, but they can walk as well. They're full of energy. So you can cut down on some of those doors.
Yes, sir. And we have a few of our middle schools that are located in the city that our students do walk to school.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
One question. What 4 schools do you not cover?
We have Goldsboro High School, Wayne Early Middle College, Wayne School of Engineering, and Wayne School of Technical Arts. Wayne School of Technical Arts is on base.
Okay, Wayne School of Engineering
Wayne
and
School
Goldsboro
of
High are
Engineering
together.
and Goldsboro High School are on the same campus.
Okay.
Goldsboro Police Department does that.
Okay.
And then the Wayne Early Middle College, they have campus police for that.
Okay, they're at college. Okay. And I mean, with last thing, with even with metal detectors or not having them or any type of equipment, I think sometimes like, we can say that, we do use a lot of different entrances, but, kids can walk. So they can knock it down to one entrance if needed. If there was metal detectors or some type of device in the school, you know what I mean? You say, look, everybody got to enter through this door. It's a simple walk around. Most campuses aren't that big to say, they can't walk, so I don't want to put that in there, but that's it. Thank you.
I got a question. This is for the sheriff, I guess. How hard is it to recruit SROs?
It's difficult. It's, in the last couple of years, as you well know, we've talked about this, it's been very difficult to recruit any enforcement person. But, again, it's difficult because we have to be sure it's the right temperament person and that, we can't recruit them right out of basic law enforcement training. They've got to go a year, in training or to be employed that long prior to going into a school. So it's a little bit difficult. Your older, mature, enforcement officers sometimes prefer that and they do a real good job at it. We got one that's, retired deputy and came back to work with us, and they call him Teddy Bear, and the kids love him. And so, but it's kind of tough because you're younger, more, I'll say the younger officers, sometimes they're out there wanting to be on patrol, and it's just sometimes difficult. If I may, I'm a very big advocate for a law enforcement officer on campus. Bricks and rocks and doors are a major problem. I've advocated trying to come up with something. You got exit lights on every door. We need to come up with something. There's a strobe light that comes on if that door is open, so an SRO can look down the hallway and say, that door is open down there, because he cannot walk to every door every minute. But I don't know how that works in the building codes, but I've talked about that in the Sheriff's Association. We need to come up with something so when those doors are blocked open, because you can't see a little rock, but those students and teachers will go out those doors and kick a little rock over so they don't have to walk all the way around or swipe back in. Another thing, as these funds come out for some of these grants and all, please remember we're very restricted on communications in these buildings. But it's very expensive to upgrade communications in a building. But when we go inside these buildings, we're very restricted on our radio traffic.
So
that really needs to be addressed in these new schools being built.
Yes, sir,
I mean,
absolutely.
the older schools, it would certainly take time, but that should be considered and being part of the bid process on the new schools.
It's supposed to be in the new building code, what I understand. Is that?
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
You
For all
said
buildings.
supposed to be,
Well, I mean, in
and
the
doing
building,
is two different things.
well, in the building code, but they should have bid it with that.
It's in there.
Is
It has
it?
to be tested by
Right.
County Communications.
That's right.
Do they have alarms on the doors now with the new buildings that we're doing? Like if you lock up at night, you cut on the alarm, I assume.
I'm assuming, but I have not reviewed the building plans for these schools.
So Sheriff, are you saying possibly like by each door, they should have like an intercom system possibly?
Well, you already have an exit light there.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be so, in my thinking, my simple mind thinking, it'd be so simple to put a little strobe up on that exit light with a magnetic switch on that door. And when that door's open, that strobe starts strobing. When it closes, the strobe goes off.
That's it.
Put fire.
But I'm just thinking about the communication side of things.
Oh,
like-
you're talking about communication side.
So if you have, like a small little intercom by each
We need
area
a
of doors.
radio
He's talking about radio
communication.
door.
Okay, so the radios.
We need radio
Okay,
communication.
so the radios that you currently have aren't
They don't work in
feasible?
digital.
They're digital. The analog works much better on those type of situations, which they're restricted in distance. But the problem is on this digital, and it's all of these major multi-floor buildings and concrete buildings and metal buildings. The further you get interior, the less communications we have.
Digital radios don't work in high carbon environments, concrete, steel, that kind of
Yeah.
thing. Unless you got a booster.
Yeah, but there is they call it a wag or something, antennas, but it's expensive. You have to have it on each floor. You have to have so many throughout the building. And it has to be designed by an engineer so the background communications don't overlap. So it's not a cheap fix.
Well, is that what's in the building codes?
Yes, sir. Supposed to be. Oh, there you go, supposed to be.
What was
And to clarify one thing too, you know, we keep talking about radios. There's really no such thing as a radio anymore. It's a handheld computer. They're not radios. They're held hand computers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I just like to say thank you for everything y'all do. I know it's a challenging job. I talked to a lot of SROs and just the teachers, principals, everything. The job is, they love having staff there. They love just having their presence there. A lot of the kids like the officers and everything. So thank you for everything you do.
And I've heard a lot of comments that, like you say, a lot of your officers, do you have any female SR?
Let's see.
I knew you were, but I've heard, I've had parents to say that a lot of the school resource officers are kind of like father figures. I mean, and that goes a long ways. That goes a long ways.
They are. We have a wonderful group.
Well,
Very dedicated.
I will say from a personal, I've said this, I think, 2 meetings ago, from a personal experience at Eastern Wayne Middle, you know, when Madison was there, Jay was Sasser was there. And he's, of course, his demeanor, he can talk to anybody. And he, you know, and you can't help but love him. I mean, you know, and he got to several of those kids, and before he left, they were shying away from him because he was the police. And before he left from there, I think he went to Grantham, but before he left, they were talking to him every day. So that makes a difference, and, you know.
And one thing we're planning on doing, I know, Commissioner, you're a big advocate of prevention. We're getting ready, I hope, to team up with 4-H. They've got a violence drug prevention program that is sort of that they do, so we're going to try to team up with them and get some more prevention back in our schools at these lower grade levels so that maybe we don't have to deal with them as they grow up, you know, as a prevention method. So we are looking at that. We're looking at a grant to help do that, hopefully.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We need to recess the Wayne County Board of Commissioners meeting now, Madam Chair,
Okay.
and convene the Board of Adjustment.
All right, we recess the Wayne County Board of Commissioner meeting and prepare for the Board of Adjustment public hearing.
That's in a form of motion.
Mr. Gregg?
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
At the last meeting, during the public hearing, this board requested that the applicant or property owner and neighboring property owners meet to talk about the proposal, you know, what the proposal was and the impact to them, and if there was any sort of adjustments or conditions that could be added to address some of those concerns. The applicant is present here. She has notified me that they have talked to discuss that. But before she comes up, I do want to say, you know, as a special use, and just remind you, as a special use, conditions can be applied. So you can look at things such as setbacks or buffers or, you know, limiting the number of units. You know, those type of things are things you can add as conditions of approval if you decide to move in that direction. But with that said, like I said, the applicant has stated that she has talked with the neighbors. So at this point, if you have any questions, she's here that she can explain. I believe some of the neighbors are here as well that may like to speak also.
Okay.
Thank you.
And everybody's been sworn in, so you can, yeah.
She was sworn in. I don't know that all the neighbors were.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everyone?
Good.
I did speak with a few of the neighbors on their concerns of what I'm doing. And they was, I told them that I did want duplexes up there. They asked me, are you sure you don't want to change your mind and do single-family homes? And I was like, no, I want the duplexes. So they're fine. As far as, they were asking me, can I guarantee that I'll have just veterans and elderly in there? And I told them that's something I can't do as well. I'll do my best as far as, because that's what I'm building them for anyway. I told them, they asked me for the buffers. I told them I did agree to the buffers. You know, that's a standard that you guys asked me to do anyway. And they, let's see, what else was stated? I think that was it. And can I guarantee, yeah, I think that was it, I'm guaranteeing, correct? Right, so, we agreed on that.
I don't know when I'm supposed to come in, but everything's pretty accurate. I do not.
Sir. You go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go for it, you can go right now.
Okay, right. Yeah, everything was fine. I don't think we came away with an agreement on duplexes. I think they said you wanted duplexes, they wanted single-family homes.
And I told them that I wasn't gonna budge on that, I'm gonna keep that, because I don't see a problem with it. It's, I mean, to me, it's basically, to me, it's basically the same. I mean, it's no different to me as far as a duplex or a single-family home. I like duplexes. I have them in my mind, and I have, copies of what the duplexes that I want.
May I see it?
Yes.
Can she approach?
Can I?
Yeah.
Thank you. They're nice, they're straightforward, they're clean, sleek, you know.
Is the material gonna be brick?
Yes.
Okay.
And me and my committee that I have, you know, my group of people that I have, we're working on what development company we're gonna use. And right now I'm looking at several of the surveyors, which one I wanna use as far as the cost and things, and I have to get back with my committee to speak on that part of it. And then once we finish the surveyor part, then we go forward with what developer we want to utilize to build that.
So, and I think, again, you know, we weren't that far apart. I think Commissioner Daughtry had actually had a resolution or an idea that everyone was pretty much in agreement with. Just from listening and from even our conversations after the thing, it just sounds like, you know, 3 units on 9 acres is not a great use of land. They're all single-family homes in that area, and some are trailers, but some of them, they're all single-family homes in that neighborhood. And all those folks have been there for 50-plus years, right? And so our concern is when you start adding duplexes, then 3 duplexes for a total of 2 units on each duplex, which makes 6 on, let's say the setback or the buffer takes up 2 acres. So now you're talking about, you know, 7 acres left, and you're just gonna put 3 duplexes in there. I'm not saying anything's different, I'm just simply saying, I think the aesthetics and the neighborhood is suited for single-family homes. And there's for people that want to build a residence there. I can't tell you what to do, and we're not here. We just feel like if you were gonna keep with that, it's almost like taking an apartment complex and dropping it in the middle of a subdivision. So my concern is the number of people that will be traversing that area with multiple homes of elderly people there. Those are our concerns. And again, we're not here to hinder anything. We're just maybe looking for a concession or some type of way to establish a barrier or some type of limitation on what can be there. We're not, I think everybody here came up with the same idea. I just don't, my sister-in-law, I think I told you again, has Down syndrome, and she sits out in the yard. I just don't want people showing up behind her.
Well, I'm gonna say this. If I don't put duplexes there, I could put trailers there, okay? And let me
They're
finish.
single-family homes, though.
But what I'm saying is, even if I put a trailer there, a single-family home there, it's not gonna be a guarantee that your sister or niece or cousin,
Sister-in-law.
that it's not gonna be a guarantee that no matter what I put there, that she is gonna be safe. Because, I mean, it's people all over the world that's out there. And no matter where they drift themselves from, you understand what I'm saying? They can drift anywhere. Me putting the duplexes there is not, the way I'm hearing you is like, if I put my duplexes there, okay, we're gonna have riffraff drafters coming through and it's gonna upset the neighborhood. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm trying to, right now it's an empty lot. It's been empty for a long time. I'm now there. I'm trying to go forward in the future of putting things there in place to build up the community. That's what I'm doing. I understand what you're saying.
I think you just hit on my point.
Right,
If you're
but
gonna build
I
up a community, you would
but
put
to-
single-family homes.
That's everyone doesn't want a single family home. Everybody doesn't, it's to me, why can't I have the duplexes there? Why
Can I
isn't it-
interject for 1 second?
I'm sorry.
I understand what both sides are saying. I really, really do. And it's a hard thing. But I can use, let's say, Lane Tree, for instance. When you first turn into Lane Tree, there are technically duplexes there. They're nice. They're nice. I don't know what standard you're building to, but these look like they're gonna be pretty nice and all brick, which
They
most
are.
people don't use brick.
Right.
Most people wanna use vinyl siding because it's cheaper. So the quality, from what I see in this picture, looks like it's gonna be a quality standard
And it'll
to
have
something
to- it'll have
that
to-
might even bring the neighborhood out, or even raise some of the value. So I kind of say, I understand where you're going with, who may move in, you know what I mean? But I don't know what price range this is gonna be at. I don't know, you know what I mean? But sometimes that deters some certain people from moving into the area too. But you also have to realize that people need places to stay. So whether, someone that might not be ready for that single family home or to purchase it right now because of the price of how high houses are available or do have the funds to rent something that may be $1,000 a month. That's nice. But you're bringing a good element to that neighborhood also. So I just say, think about that. You can even ride out the 2-lane tree and look at them.
Oh, absolutely, I've thought about it. And what,
And they're all over the city. They're popping up everywhere. I've noticed that myself. Everywhere there. Like right now off of, where we are now, off of Slocum Street, Goldsboro.
Wayne Avenue?
They're building them. They just finished building some and they look so
And she brought
good.
that neighborhood out.
Yes,
they
it
look
looks really
way
good
better
right
than what it
there.
did before she put them there.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So,
That's one of the other points I'm bringing out is like, and I understand, like I said to you before, I understand, it's the elderly and everything is in that neighborhood, but you have to.
Yes,
Go
has
forward.
anybody
I'm
else
sorry.
got any more questions?
I had two.
Okay.
Go for it, I'm sorry.
Commissioner.
First, what was the buffer that was agreed to?
They asked me to, with a 30-foot
30
buffer.
foot.
Yes, the 30-foot buffer.
30-foot buffer on the rear of the property?
Yes, where their property is, I wish I had it.
And what was the number of duplexes?
It was 3.
3.
So that would be 6 units.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anybody else? Excuse me.
Okay.
Anybody else on the board?
I pretty much, I don't see where it's gonna be an issue. You go to Kingston Place, they got duplexes and then they got homes around the outside part of it. You're talking about 6 residents versus the possibility of 16 residents. Your foot traffic's gonna be a whole lot less, based on what you just said. I don't see an issue with it myself, but.
So,
And
the only question I have.
What Commissioner Foster said, you're going in Lane Tree, you're talking about, those duplexes or patio homes or whatever you want to call it, they're all connected together. They're nice units.
So I counted with how many units are there, though?
There's probably 15.
So that hence what we're saying.
I mean, if you want me to
We're
add
saying-
more, I can
No.
add more. I mean, if you want me to put more on there, but
I think she's saying exactly what we're
But
saying
I'm only asking to put 3 on there. That's all I'm asking.
for now. And so my point to that is we can end up with 15 to 20 to 25.
That's not what I'm doing.
Okay.
I know what I'm.
You rent to anybody outside of veterans or elderly when you were the last meeting.
My point I'm trying to make is.
I think we've given y'all enough time.
Okay, well,
Yes.
right point.
Thank you.
And I think we can vote on this now.
You got to close it.
We're gonna close it.
Okay.
Before we close it, we just want to apologize for the timing. We was supposed to have it-
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
I mean, we gave you a month.
That's fine.
So, okay, we're going, adjourn the Board of Adjustment,
Close the public hearing.
close the public hearing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Then we need to vote.
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair. Still in the Board of Adjustment if you want to.
So we can vote into Board of Adjustment. Okay.
Madam Chair. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the special use permit with the appropriate buffer.
Okay, we have a
Of
motion
30
on the
foot
floor.
in the
30
rear.
foot.
In the rear.
All right. We have a motion on the floor with a 30-foot rear buffer.
A little discussion, possibly. That's okay.
We've had
Just,
discussion.
yeah, it's just a comment.
Okay.
I understand the plight of both individuals here. Like I said at the last meeting, I just wanted y'all to have a meeting of the minds. And it seemed at the time the buffer was the most important factor. And she was willing to make sure that you had the buffer in place. And so I want to just explain, I definitely respect y'all concerns. I respect her concerns as well. But I'm going to vote to support it based on what she's shown us and how she wants to develop the area. And I agree with my colleague when he says that he thinks it's going to enhance the community. And that's what we want in that community, to enhance the community for everyone that's living there. So, thank you.
Okay. Has everybody voted?
Yes, ma'am.
It was passed. Everybody voted for it.
All right, Madam Chair, if you'll adjourn the Wayne County Board of Adjustments and reconvene the Wayne County Board of Commissioners.
All right, we will reconvene the Wayne County Board of Commissioners meeting. I think we're on number 9, is that correct?
We have a 9:30 public hearing for receive public comments regarding an economic incentive grant to Select Genetics LLC and the conveyance of 19.96 acres valued at $1,996,000 located at 504 Gateway Drive. The Board of Commissioners will consider the conveyance of the property and a $2 million incentive grant payable over 10 years in exchange for the company's commitment to invest a total of $58,500,000 in capital improvements and maintain 79 jobs in Wayne County. The Board of Commissioners may act upon this matter following the public hearing, and I think Mark is already gone. He had another appointment, I believe, and we've run short on time, so it is a public hearing and open to any public comments.
No one signed up, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I did have an inquiry here.
Yes.
It says maintaining 79 jobs, so is it creating jobs as well?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Yeah, so it actually was creating
Right. I think there were some jobs that were transferring over from the other company plus
Correct.
the addition of jobs.
So
I'm not
there were
sure
more
of
than
the
79 jobs involved here.
I think the total will be 79.
creating and maintaining them 79.
I think there were 30-some jobs
Okay.
at the other company.
But that doesn't mean that they're not gonna expand. I mean, that's,
That's just right here, right now.
and can we ask Julie some questions? She may not be able to answer them or whatever, but.
Sure.
I would love to have asked Mark, because I understand. I don't know what kind of sales pitch y'all presented or Mark or y'all presented, but my understanding is talking to some people that's kind of in the industry. The owner of this company really won't sold 100% on Wayne County, but apparently some of his employees and what WCDA has done and all, made it come through. I mean, it's.
Yes, yes,
To
yes, and yes.
to be honest, I didn't think we were gonna get it.
No, we were lucky to get it. We were not their number one pick, but because of what the commissioners and the county come up with, they couldn't pass it up. So our incentive package was better than anybody else's package, but the owner did not want to come here. So that speaks highly of our commissioners and what y'all put out there. The jobs are 79. They do have 300 other jobs, so that incentive package over the 10-year period is that they maintain the 79 jobs with what they already have.
Well, that's just at this facility. I mean, by them putting a hatchery here that large, this is gonna create hundreds of jobs out in, not in Wayne County, but in the surrounding counties. I mean, that's just at this facility. I mean,
That is
they-
correct.
and there's no way you can come up with a figure on how many more jobs it's gonna create in the farming industry.
The economic impact will be
I mean,
massive.
and tax value, I mean, because when these birds are hatched, they got to go in a house somewhere, and somebody's gonna be paying property tax on it. I mean, you cannot put a figure on it.
It's 52 to 55 million birds a year. That's basically a million a week.
How many?
So, a million birds a week. So we welcome him with open arms. He'll know what Southern hospitality is when he sticks around for a little bit.
This will be a nice facility for our trans park, and you'll never know what's in it from seeing it from the outside.
And that question has been asked, and I tell people, I said, this is a hatchery. This is not a processing plant.
No.
This is not a growing house. I said, you ride by, you won't notice any different from any other facility.
No.
You meant Park East, didn't you?
Park East,
Okay,
yes.
I wanted to correct you very quickly.
But thank y'all for everything the hard work put into this, because I know it was, this had to be a good sales pitch.
It did. And thank you for all you do with working with economic development for Wayne County.
Thank you, Julie.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Give me time. All right, we're gonna close the public hearing. All right,
Now, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
okay, we have a motion on the floor by.
That we
Commissioner
approve an economic incentive grant to Select Genetics LLC in the conveyance of 19.96 acres valued at 1.996 million, located at 504 Gateway Drive, Goldsboro, North Carolina, 27534. We also agree to the incentives payable over 10 years in exchange for the company's commitment to invest a total of $58.5 million in capital improvements and maintain 79 jobs in Wayne County.
Okay. Have a motion. We can vote.
I'm sorry, my iPad goes dark.
All right, motion passed.
Sounds good, thank you. Appointment committee.
Madam Chair, we do have some appointments. These are coming to you in the form of a motion. Motion to reappoint Commissioner George Wayne Aycock to the Wayne County Community College Board of Trustees through June 30, 2027.
All right. Have a motion on the floor to reappoint Commissioner George Wayne Aycock.
Because we're voting on this immediately after the meeting today, I'll need you to vote manually because we
Okay.
did not have it in
Do I
there.
recluse myself from this?
Don't have to.
Vote for yourself.
So you want to be there.
Motion to appoint Mr. Darrell Overton to serve as the Fire Commissioner for Grantham Volunteer Fire Department, filling the unexpired term of the late J.B. Price.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to appoint Mr. Darrell Overton for the Fire Commissioner for Grantham. Motion carried.
Motion to reappoint Mr. Darrell Coley and appoint Mr. Kenneth Eddie Long and Mr. John Bevo to the Wayne Executive Jetport Commission.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to reappoint Mr. Darrell Coley, Kenneth Long, and Mr. John Bellevue to the Wayne County Executive Jet Board.
Okay, Madam Chair, that's all for the appointment committee.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. All right. All right. The consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
We're gonna vote. All right.
Moving on to new business.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Yes.
I voted and it comes back up
Did you say
again.
it?
Didn't vote again?
No.
I did. Voted twice.
You belong to the wrong party.
So we need to give you a pep thing. Chip, chip,
Do what?
chip, chip.
Motion passed, by the way.
Gonna bring up my PowerPoint. This works a lot better with the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Heavy books.
With the what?
The mouse,
Yeah.
whatever.
All righty, the manager's recommended budget fiscal year 2023-24. My presentation and for your consideration is the budget for Wayne County for 23-24. It identifies the revenues and expenditures that are necessary to maintain and in some areas improve the present level of county services. As the county continues to recover and emerge from COVID pandemic, continues to improve its financial outlook with regards to operations and capital line item expenditures. This fiscal year, the county is taking on capital projects that were needed for a long time. Groundbreaking and construction started on a new Wayne County Detention Center on William Street. Also, the Department of Social Services and Health Department building project has begun. The Wayne County also acquired additional property adjacent to the DSS and Health project for site access, future office, and storage space. Also, the acquisition of a 15-acre parcel on North US 117 containing several buildings was occurred. This property will be utilized by multiple departments. The county also able to acquire the former Grantham EMS station and complete renovations. We completed renovations on EMS Station 6 to anticipate the addition of a second squad and better serve the population on Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. Additionally, $2 million unbudgeted dollars of funding was secured for the new site building on Wayne Community College campus. The county also continued to invest in employees by performing a salary study on 1/3 of our county departments. These salary adjustments are included in this proposal. The county commits to this recurring 1/3 per year salary study in an effort to maintain market rate. County is also able to separately study the sheriff's office salaries, and due to personnel shortage and pay disparities between competing counties, and those recommended changes are included in this proposal. So let me get my papers right. Proposed tax rate. The tax rate stays the same. The recommended ad valorem taxes will not increase from the current rate of .7425 per 100 valuation. Last year, a 1 cent increase was made to address construction project inflation and salary adjustments countywide. With the previous tax increases and an increase in sales tax revenues, no increase is requested for the upcoming fiscal year. This is important to note since property tax revenue growth was negligible. Discussion of our capital expenditures will be presented by Ted Cole from Davenport following this budget presentation. Budget assumptions. Complete budget total for general funds, $220,484,157. Tax rate remains the same. Proposal assumes no growth from last year in ad valorem tax collections due to a 25% reduction that service companies can take per the state of North Carolina. Projections of a 6% increase in our registered motor vehicle tax collections, a 4% increase in sewer fee collections, reviewing all departmental salaries on a 3-year rotation. Fiscal year 23-24 represents the first budget year of this rotation schedule. A 3% increase in the county's portion of medical insurance premiums for PPO and HSA plan with no plan changes, and assumes that the premiums set aside for the workers' compensation fund will increase over last year's rate from $660 per employee to $696. Major issues. We'll be appropriating $4 million from our general fund unassigned fund balance to balance the proposed budget. Part of this appropriation is to provide pay-go funding for one-time capital improvement projects. The remaining appropriation is balance and procedure used a portion of the planned lapsed salaries for the year. We have increased the support of our schools in its general operating budget current expense by $448,167. This amount is based upon an agreed-upon school funding formula. An increase to the school resource officer budget has also been included in this budget in the amount of $100,160. This amount covers the increase to the SRO's budget for the schools that is not otherwise covered by state grant funds. We have also increased the Wayne County Public Schools Small Works Capital by $407,319 for fiscal years 22, 23, and 24. This increase is a recommendation from the Board of Commissioners to allocate the remaining sales tax funds that were originally set aside for Fremont Stars over a 3-year period to assist with small capital items. The North Carolina General Assembly 2021 session established a public school building repair and renovation fund to help counties address public school building repair and renovation needs. Lottery revenue is distributed approximately 4 times each year, and the amount distributed in the county account to date is $592,982. As mandated by the North Carolina Local Government Retirement System, all local governments within the system, employers must increase their local government retirement contribution by 0.75% from 12.16 to 12.91. This budget includes the implementation of a time and a half overtime for EMS employees at estimated cost of $168,000, including the benefits. Staff have prepared an updated capital improvements plan. It plans the capital outlay for the county over the next 5 years. The first year contains those capital items that have been included in the fiscal year 23-24 budget. I encourage you to review that planning document very closely. We are using approximately $1.05 million in ARPA funding for allowable capital expenditures and approximately $1.96 million from our unassigned fund balance. And Davenport will present more information on that following this presentation. Proposed new revenue increases are to the following service areas: sewer, planning department fees, soil and water, and solid waste tipping fee. Please review the attached revenue section in the budget titled Fee Schedule. New and increased revenues will be highlighted in red. We've had 2 requested increases in the fire tax rates, which have been included in this budget. Oakland Volunteer requested their tax rate be increased from .0631 to .07. Dudley Volunteer Fire Department requested their tax rate be increased from .0626 to .08. American Rescue Plan infrastructure funds. We have use of ARPA funding for capital this year of $1,048,618 from the ARPA. We plan on an EMS staff vehicle, an ambulance replacement, striker stretchers, EMS monitors, EMS Station 6 replacement, EMS extrication gear, EMS UTV and enclosed trailer, and a Sheriff's Department KBT breaching tool. It leaves a balance of $747,241 million remaining in the revenue loss dollars. Your surrounding counties' tax rates for 22-23 were shown here. .73 for Wilson, .73 for Johnston, .845 for Lenore, .786 for Greene. Duplin is at .735 and Sampson at .825. County employees, 3% increase in employee health insurance with no plan changes amounts to about $241,000. The .75% mandated local government retirement employer contribution amounts to $332,074 over the prior year. Positions. The budget does contain 9 new full-time positions along with additional part-time requests. The planning department, we added money for an intern position. The Jetport, we're moving a part-time position to a full-time position to be combined with a finance department. They will be located at the Jetport. Services on Aging has requested part-time security guards not to exceed $4,200 for the year for some of their nighttime events. Human Resources, of course, with our DSS and health merger, we add an administrator, two human resource generalists, and a safety and risk coordinator. Our Veterans Office, we're adding an assistant veteran service officer. Solid Waste, we're adding an equipment operator and truck driver. Animal Control, we're adding 5 part-time shelter attendants. With Animal Control, there's now a requirement that kennels be cleaned twice a day. It's difficult to complete that task. They actually requested 15 and we cut that back to 5. DSS, with the Medicaid expansion, we're adding 3 full-time positions for now. EMS, we're adding 7 full-time positions that have been approved, but it's contingent upon an increase in revenue from our new collection agency. They are not budgeted in the original budget, but will be included via a budget amendment in January if our revenues meet or exceed growth projections. Employee salary increases, new positions, and fringes. The general fund was $1.7 million, including the Jetport. Solid Waste was $61,040. EMS was $412,397. The Health Department was $5,758. DSS was $198,035. Our pay study for 1/3 of the departments, $399,586, for a total of $2,846,110 million. That's a cost of living adjustment of $960,219.
Can you repeat that again, if you don't mind?
For which part? The whole thing?
Yes, yes.
Employee salary increases, new positions, and in fringes. The general fund is $1,769,294. That also includes the Jetport position. Solid Waste is $61,040. EMS is $412,397. The Health Department is $5,758. DSS is $198,035. The pay study for 1/3 of the departments was $399,586. for a total of $2,846,110. And the cost of living adjustments was $960,219.
How much out of that you said was going to the Jetport?
The Jetport, do you remember the exact? It's part-time, the difference between the finance part-time going to the Jet.
Something makes me think 24,000.
24,000.
I think that's the difference in the pay. Now, that doesn't include, when they go full-time, we had to add benefits like hospitalization.
Okay, because he didn't say that number. He said all the rest of the numbers for every other department. He didn't say that number.
The Jetport's included in the general fund. Yeah, I didn't break it out.
And that's just because it's moving from Jetport to finance. It'll be housed in finance, so that's why it's under general fund now.
But
Major expenditure changes from the current 2022-23 budget. Increasing in debt service of $8,360,591. This is based off of the first set of debt service payments in 23-24 for Fremont Elementary, the new jail, and the DSS health debt financings. $448,167 increase to the Wayne County Public Schools, plus an additional $100,000 increase to the school resource officer budget. And increase the Wayne Community College transfer for current expense by 5% to $267,220. Items that did not make the budget: one HR generalist position, 2 painters for facilities, the fuel farm project, courthouse boilers was delayed a year. One half of the sheriff's pay increases was delayed we're implementing the sheriff's pay plan half a year. Sex offender domestic violence officer was not added. The SRO plan for half a year was not increased. The jail plan for half a year was not increased. We had thought about an additional beaver control agent. That was not included. Board of Elections board members, we upped their board member due payment, but we did not increase it the full amount requested. We implemented it half. Animal control, we had additional requests for 10 other part-time positions. We only gave them 5. And then there were additional EMS staff positions that were not added. Copies of the proposed budget will be filed in the county clerk's office today. Public hearing on this proposed budget will be scheduled for June the 6th, 2023. Budget adoption by June 30th, 2023. Work sessions on proposed budget will be scheduled at your convenience. Final budget needs to be approved anytime before July 1. Takes a lot to run a county. Total amount of funds, $252,962.05 for your total budget. Thanks again to our wonderful department heads, our awesome finance staff, and everybody that worked really hard on getting this budget prepared and getting it done with no tax increase. And I thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Crawford?
He's left the podium.
We can call him back.
I just want to make a comment on a lot of head scratching and a lot of work from not only Chip, but the staff. And when I mean staff, I mean everybody that's involved in working on the budget. I just want to thank you for what you do, because, sometimes it's a whole lot harder to save money than it is spend money. And I just want to thank all of you for your hard work on trying to be as conservative as you can. And also to just remind all of the citizens in Wayne County, the only thing that we can provide to the citizens of Wayne County is service. We can't make your house payment, we can't make you pay your grocery bill, we can't make your car payment. Our job as a county is to provide the services. And sometimes we feel like that we may not be providing quite the services that we would love to, But just keep in mind, we can provide any service that if residents of Wayne County wants, but the citizens of Wayne County is the ones that's paying for those services.
Property owners was paying.
Property owners are the ones that are paying for those services.
I mean, great staff, fine. I can't say more about the finance office, but it was, every department made sacrifices. And I think it was done very fairly and to meet our objective. And, I turn it over to you. Any changes that you direct us to make, we'll make. But that's my presentation, that's my proposal to you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. And let's see, any other questions on it right now?
Need a motion to set that public hearing?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Need a motion to set that public hearing?
Okay.
So moved.
A motion to set the public hearing, I think it was June 6th,
Yes, ma'am.
June 6th at 9:30 a.m.
9:30
here in the
a.m.
Commissioners' meeting room.
for the 2023-24 budget. All right.
We have a motion now. You ask for any discussion and then ask for the vote.
Do we have any further discussion for the public hearing?
Let me get signed back in.
Probably already in, Wayne.
I will screen to come back.
It was unanimous. We're showing it here, but it's not showing there. So.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the next item, we'll now have Ted Cole from Davenport come up and go over our 23-24 CIP. It's Allison's gonna come first.
He always brings us books.
More paperwork for your reading enjoyment. We don't need to go through the whole thing. I'll let these last ones go around. And I will tell you, there's a lot of things in this appendix. We're really only going through about 20 slides, and some of them will be pretty quick. So appreciate the opportunity to be here. What's on the screen is exactly what's in the handout. And if you need to follow along or you're not certain which page numbers are in the lower right corner, maybe we can go to the second page, which is the table of contents. Arrow down.
The arrow ain't moving.
There you
go.
All right. Just quickly, what's in the appendix? Again, we can go there if there's a specific question, but we're going to be talking about capital improvement program, and in the discussion materials, it's at a summary level, but the details of the CIP are in Appendix A. All of the details of your existing debt are in Appendix B. If there's a question, your last bond rating reports are in Appendix C. Your debt and financial policies in Appendix D, and then finally the copy of the school funding agreement is in Appendix E. So these topics are going to sort of run through the discussion materials. So to the extent there is a desire for detail, we can go there. What we do intend to cover on page 3 is just quickly hit on the county's general fund credit ratings, the bond ratings, and how they go about rating those. And this will be some repeat information for some of you. We've got a couple of slides on general fund operations and fund balance. We're going to talk about the existing debt profile. It's been an active year. We were here almost to the day a year ago. I think we were here on May 16th or 17th last year, and there's been a lot of debt activity as noted in your budget. So we have a current look literally as of this morning when the DSS loan closed this morning. So that's all been buttoned up and is officially closed as of about an hour ago. And then we'll talk about the CIP and the debt affordability going forward. So on page 5 on the left, the county has ratings in place from both Moody's and Standard & Poor's. Those are the two most commonly used rating agencies, and you can see in that gold box, you're a AA2 from Moody's, you're a AA from S&P, you are a couple of notches away from AAA, which is the highest bond rating that any local government can achieve. On the right-hand side, we're introducing some comparisons that we're going to do throughout the book. And we're going to look at Wayne County relative to counties nationally that Moody's rates AA1, AA2, and AA3. So essentially, counties nationally that have the same rating as you all, as well as the rating category right above you and the rating category right below you, to get a little bit of perspective. And there's about 500 counties nationwide that fall into those three rating categories. Beneath that are the North Carolina peers. Same setup, AA1, AA2, AA3. So on either side of y'all, there's 42 counties that fall within those three ratings, and you can see who those are listed in the bottom right corner. And specifically, you can see what other counties have the exact same rating as Wayne County at the AA2. It's where the majority of the rated counties in this comparison fall. All right, briefly, page 6. The rating agency methodology, and I'll talk off of the Moody's grid up on the upper left. They are very data driven. They look at audits, they look at budgets, they look at census data, and they fill out a scorecard for every local government that they rate. Economy inputs are worth 30% of the rating. That's things like your assessed value per capita, wealth levels. And these check boxes that we've included in this chart just try to indicate whether these are factors that you all as an elected body have short-term control over, or if they're longer-term initiatives or goals. And with the economy, again, tax base, wealth levels, that is not something you all have, direct control over in the short term. It's really a longer term effort to create a community where people want to come and invest and create jobs like what was discussed earlier. So economy, 30%. Financial performance, we're getting to how do you compare relative to your budget? Are you running surpluses or deficits? Are you adding to your fund balances? And you all have both short-term and long-term control over those factors. In other words, as you're building a budget and making decisions throughout the year, you can influence your financial performance. Institutional framework, that is a function of being a North Carolina county. The rating agencies look at North Carolina as a good government state relative to other states. You all have a lot of control over different elements of your budget that counties and other states don't have, so you get you have a good score there, as does every North Carolina county. And then finally, leverage. And here we're talking about actual debt, but also we're talking about pension obligations for retirees and employees. We're talking about post-employment benefits for retirees. If you have a landfill, we're talking about closure and post-closure obligations for landfills. So it's debt and debt-like concepts. And again, for you all, you have both short-term and long-term control over those factors. So very data-driven in what they do, but they do take into account the nuances of any one community compared to another on things that aren't necessarily captured in the numbers. I think you are very, very stable at where you're currently rated. We don't see anything that would indicate that that rating would be in jeopardy. And in fact, our goal as we move forward is to continue to improve the rating. It gets harder and harder to get to that next level, but I think based on everything we're seeing, you're doing a very good job of managing in a way that the rating agencies would look favorably. So talk a little bit about fund balance on page 8. The top graph is looking at 6 years of financials, FY 17 through 22. The gold line are your operating revenues or your transfers into the general fund. And then the bars are made up of 3 primary categories: your operating expenses in dark green, your debt service in the brown, and your transfers out in capital in the light green. And we know over, the period of time from 17 to 20, you all were investing heavily in cash-funded capital. You invested something on the range of almost $25 million of cash towards capital projects over that period of time from 17 to 20. Here in the last couple of years, we've been also spending cash, but doing some additional debt issuance. But before capital, your revenues have exceeded your operating and debt service expenses, which is a positive, obviously. When you look at the bottom chart, we're looking at fund balance in its different categories. The dark green is the unassigned fund balance. That's the component of fund balance over which you all have the most control. You've got assigned and committed. Committed is in the light green, and then restricted is in the gold color. So from 2017 to 2020, those reserves were coming down. That is commensurate with the spending on capital that y'all did. And then you have bolstered those reserves in 21 and 22. We'll see what happens in 23. You have sort of rebuilt those reserves back to and exceeding the 2017 level, but you've also spent a pretty significant amount on capital projects. So, and again, we view that very favorably. You're identifying capital needs to improve the community. You're not relying entirely on debt. You're paying as you go, if you will, with significant cash resources, but you have demonstrated that you have the ability to rebuild those reserves. As it relates to your policy on fund balance, on this chart on page 9 in the upper left, as a percent of budget, you all have a policy that says you would like to maintain an unassigned fund balance. That's that one component of fund balance, the one where you have the most discretion, of at least 14% of your general fund expenditures or budget. All but 1 year here, you've been above that policy. And in 21, although you were very close to your policy in 2020, you rebuilt reserves, you made some transfers from your fund balance over and bolstered those reserves in 21. You spent a little bit in 22, but you're in compliance and then some. And on the comparison in the upper right, this is where we pull in some of those peers. So Wayne County is in gold. Moody's looks at it as a percent of revenue rather than expenditures, but it's the same basic concept. So Wayne County is in gold. The national counties are in light green, and each bar represents the median, meaning the midpoint for each group. The North Carolina counties are in dark green, and within those dark green bars, you'll see the blue lines. That shows you what the minimum and the maximum is for each group. So if you look at the second bar from the bottom, which is the North Carolina AA2 median, that is the rating that you all maintain. There are 21 counties in North Carolina with that rating. So the green bar, which looks to be about 22%, is the midpoint, but there's somebody within that group that's below 10% and somebody that's out closer to 60%. So it shows you the median, which you compare very well to. You're right at the median, but you'd also get a sense of the outliers on the low end and the high end. So you are right on top of the median for both the AA2 and the AA1. you're back in compliance, or you're in compliance with your policy, so I think you're well positioned there with your reserves. And please stop me anytime if there's a question. The rest of this presentation is going to be about debt and capital. So we talk about your tax-supported debt and the debt profile on page 11. You can see it graphically. We've gone all the way back to 2014 in those gray bars. Each bar is a fiscal year, and it's your principal and interest payment. And so over the years, over the last decade or so, you all have been investing in various capital projects. As I said already, you spent reserves and cash to fund a number of those projects, but you've also issued debt to fund other projects that you just didn't have the means in a cash funded capacity. And you can see that over time, and particularly in FY24, the annual debt service is stepping up. We're going to be a little over 17 million of annual debt service in FY24, the budget you're working on. And that's in large part being driven by those three projects, right? You borrowed about $8 million for the Fremont School, about $38 million for DSS, and about $48 million for the jail. So a year ago, you had about $72 million of debt outstanding. Today, we're at about 160, and that's just a function of a year where you tackled a number of projects that were debt funded, but you've also balanced that out nicely with pretty significant cash funding of capital.
How much did you say for Fremont School again?
I believe we borrowed $8 million for that project. That was to supplement a state grant. Lottery.
I heard you first, I just wanted you to say it again.
But really what you're saying is that we're in good shape.
You're in good shape, and we're about to show you that while you have been funding these projects, and yes, you are issuing more debt to do that, you have a repayment plan in place that is very sustainable. And we're going to show you that.
And I said, as I had said earlier, all we can provide is services.
Correct. And as on the flip side, when we get to the CIP, it is a significantly smaller CIP than it's been in prior years because you have been taking care of these needs. The debt service schedule on the right-hand side, you can see it, principal and interest by year. We know that to the penny. It's all fixed rate. Nothing will change unless you change it, refund it. And that far right column is one of the key debt ratios we look at. It's called the 10-year payout ratio. What that's doing is it's forward-looking 10 years from now with just this debt that's outstanding. And what it's measuring in a percentage basis is if you follow this repayment schedule, which you will, how much of that principal, the 161 million, how much of that will be paid back in the next 10 years? Higher is better. It means you're amortizing the debt more quickly. You're not backloading it. So 10 years from now, 58% of this debt will have been repaid. And you'll see here in a moment, that's a very solid measure. And you can see that on page 12 on the left. The green bars on the left, that's your 58%, and it's getting a little stronger each year. The red line is your policy at 50%. That establishes a floor, meaning we don't want it to fall below 50%. Being higher than your policy in this case is good. And on a comparison basis, same setup, Wayne County in gold at 58%. And you can see how you compare to the medians for the national counties in light green and the North Carolina counties in dark green with the min and the max. So you want your bar further to the right, generally speaking. And so you're a bit lower than the median, but you're certainly not an outlier on the low end. So yes, you've been issuing debt, but you've been issuing debt in a very responsible fashion. You haven't been backloading it. It's not overly extended. And that's reflected here in this comparison. A couple other policies that y'all have in place that are related to debt and debt service. Page 13 is the amount of debt outstanding. That's that 160 million right now as a percent of your tax base. So it's debt to assessed value. When we do the math on a tax base of about 9.3 billion, your debt to assessed value is about 1.6%. Debt outstanding on the top, divided by tax base on the bottom. Your policy says we don't want to go above 2%. You're below it. It's a little tighter than it was a year ago, but it is declining each year as you're paying down debt in a faster fashion, and we've assumed about a 1.25% growth rate in the tax base. So you're below your policy today, and over time, you're going to get further below it. And on a comparison basis, a little bit on the higher end, certainly compared to the national counties in light green. That's not a totally fair comparison because you go to other states and counties are not necessarily responsible for school debt in other states. There are independent school districts in many states that can issue debt and tax, so that in those states, school debt doesn't show up on the county financials. But in the North Carolina comparison, we're apples to apples. So you're a little higher than the medians, but you can also see there are a number of counties in these three different rating categories that are upwards of almost 2% or slightly above. So a little bit higher, but not an outlier by any means. And then finally, somewhat of a similar story on page 14. In this case, what we're measuring is debt service as a percent of your budget. How much of your annual budget is going towards debt service? Remember, in 2023, the year we're in right now, finishing up, your debt service was about $8.5 million. Going into 24, that's stepping up to about 17 million, right? So it's a significant step up. When we go through the calculations, your debt service to expenditures in 23 were just under 7%. We've got them going to about 12.5% in fiscal year 24, just a tad above your policy of 12%. But then it's projected to come back into compliance next year and continue to decline because your annual payments are going down. And we have assumed budget growth of about 1.25%. So you are tighter to this policy, certainly. But it's a very conservative policy at 12%. It's not uncommon to see counties have policies 15, even 18%. So a lower policy is conservative. And on a comparison basis, even at your 2024 level in that lighter gold, you compare well to those other similar North Carolina peers, the AA1s, AA2s. Again, you can see there are folks out there, counties in North Carolina that are above 15 and in some cases even above 20 and 25%. So while you're a little higher than the median, you are not an outlier on the high end. Lower is better generally. And for S&P in that bottom right gold box, you fall into currently their very strong category. With 2024, you'll be really in their strong category. And so as a policy, this one is be a little bit of a more limiting factor. Now, the good news is the CIP we're about to discuss, there is not any debt assumed to be issued. There are projects that are going to be done that are funded from different dollars, but we have no debt anticipated over the next roughly 5 years. All right, I wanted to hit on affordability, and this is important in the context of having said, yes, we've increased the level of debt the county has outstanding, no question. But I think what's equally important is that you all have done the things that you need to do to be prepared to take that debt on and repay it sustainably. And when you look at page 16, these are all the different funding sources that go into your budget to repay debt or debt service. And this is for the county only right here. This does not include schools. We have two different models. And so all of these columns, which are set up by fiscal year, can tie back to your budget. And I think many of you who have seen this presentation before are familiar with it, but as you go across, starting in column B, there was a baseline appropriation for debt in the 22 budget of $2.4 million a year, and we've committed to keep that constant. So that's $2.4 million every year going forward. In column C, back in 2022, you instituted a 4.4 cent dedication to the capital reserve and debt. That's about $4 million, and we've assumed that's growing by 1.25% per year. In 23, you dedicated another 1 penny towards debt, so that's about $900,000 and growing. FY22 budget funds withheld from operations as part of your budget discussions and review. There was about $880,000 that was identified in the budget that could be pulled to the capital and debt program. We've assumed that that can sustain itself at about $880,000 a year. F are some small receipts for radio loans that you've made to other entities. That's a repayment schedule that you'll receive, and those will tail off eventually. Column G, I think maybe y'all remember when we were talking about doing the DSS project, there are dollars based on a formula that you will receive back from the state or the federal government to offset some of the interest expense associated with that DSS project. And that's what column G represents, is you're paying the full debt service, but you have a mechanism to get reimbursed for certain components of the DSS debt and the depreciation on that building. A commitment under H for ARPA revenue loss funds, that's a one-time FY23 event. And then an annual appropriation under column I for pay-as-you-go projects at $1.1 million. Finally, assessment revenues under J, that's tied to some street projects that were done years ago where you're getting monies back from the people that benefited from that street project, and then a small amount of fund balance in 23. So all of those columns add up to column L, and those are the dollars that are in our model to demonstrate that you have the funding available to repay the debt that's on the books, including the new debt that we've issued this past year.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Could I ask here? There was somewhere in our agreement that the feds were actually reimbursing us half of the interest
on the DSS.
on the DSS health structure. Is that correct? Is that incorporated anywhere here?
That is what is included under column G. Those are revenues coming in on a reimbursement basis tied to that.
So it's not only a reimbursement from the state, but also the interest?
Yeah, I
It's
don't,
all one, it's just one pot of money.
state or federal, I don't know.
I want to say state, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, my understanding was that the state would actually give us up to 60% reimbursement back, but it's spread over like 30 years.
Well, it's spread over 40 years, that's
Over
right.
40
Yes,
years.
sir. Mhm.
And that's 60% of actually what we spend on the building of DSS.
It's roughly 60%. I think it can be, I don't know that it's a straight calculation, but it's pretty substantial, yes, sir.
All right, in addition to that, the feds were supposedly paying us back 1/2 of our interest cost on that building.
I'm not aware of a separate reimbursement.
I think Mr. Darter's right.
Somewhere.
The best I can remember, I think he's
Because
right.
we were talking about borrowing the full amount because we were getting reimbursed 1/2 of that interest.
Well, if you look at, and it's very fine print, I had to put my glasses on, but footnote number 6.
No.
This,
She can enlarge that, or somebody can.
yeah,
On the screen
this
itself.
explains, I don't know how to do it.
There you
Explains the calculation.
A little bit more.
Okay, and so it is
Yeah.
including 50% of the DSS interest share.
And it assumes that that DSS represents 50% of the building. And that we are getting reimbursed for 50% of the interest on the loan that was taken out for the building, attributable to DSS, and 50% of the 40-year depreciation schedule. So it's made up of a couple of reimbursements.
All right, so it is included.
And that is a revenue source to this model. again, column L is the sum of each of those. And a number of these have been in place for a number of years. So the key to all of this is just a continued incorporation into your operating budget each year of these revenue sources. And it's the kind of thing staff is obviously well aware of, and we review it at least annually to make sure that these dollars are still available and sustainable.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Might need to shrink it down again, yeah. Okay. So what we've got here, I think this is, say, page 17, right? Is where we pull this county model together. So on page 17, when you look under column B as in boy, that is the debt that is attributable to county projects, non-school projects. And you can see that the annual payment under column B is going from about 2.7 million to 10.3 million from 23 to 24. That's coincides with the additional debt we've issued. For now, we're just measuring that debt only, not any new debt down the road. That's why column C is a placeholder. Column D is one-time pay-go capital in the current year. Column F is reoccurring pay-go that has been in the budget for a number of years. That's tied to, I think, vehicles and IT, sort of annual replenishment for those sorts of things. Column G is you're fronting some money in '24 and you're getting repaid there. That is associated with the community college's CITE building. So column H becomes the payment schedule of dollars going out within this county capital plan for debt service and pay-as-you-go. H is dollars out. I is what we just talked about on the prior page. It's the sum of all of those revenues that we have identified with staff. And so when you look at column L, we are looking at that and saying, are we to the good or are we short in any given year? Column L is comparing H, which is money going out, to K, which is revenues you have. And you can see in fiscal year '23, you're about 13 million to the good. That is dollars that are going over to that capital reserve on the far right. That capital reserve, which has been accumulated over time, is starting with about a $16 million balance. And with FY23 surplus, it's going to go up to just under 30 million. But then you're going to see we're going to start spending it, right? That was part of the plan, is that we are building a capital reserve, but we're also, over time, going to use it to help supplement our annual debt budget as these new projects come online. So again, no new projects going in here except for the annual pay-as-you-go of 1.1 million. And you can see that reserve is expected to maintain at least a $25+ million balance for the time being. What we're about to move into is a discussion about what's on the 5-year horizon going forward that will require funding. I do want to hit on briefly the school capital funding agreement. This is something that's been in place since 2017. I think many of you all are familiar with that. It talks about the county agreeing to set aside $2 million a year of sales tax for school capital. Any additional sales tax that is collected, restricted sales tax in particular, is earmarked for school debt service, lottery funds for school debt service, and then there was an agreement within there related to, remind me which school that was.
Edgewood.
Edgewood, yes, where you all were able to free up about $527,000 of annual funding for Edgewood and dedicate that to debt and capital. There is also a capital reserve in the school model. It was about at the very bottom bullet, it was about 1.29 million in fiscal '22, expected to be about 2.9 million in fiscal '23. That, along with those other revenue sources, is what is allowing the school capital program to be funded. And you'll see that in more detail on the next slide. Right, so page 19, you'll see on the column B, that's the debt associated with schools. No county debt is in there. It's about 5.9, steps up to 6.6, and then starts to step back down. Column C is CIP debt service. We don't have any debt modeled for the schools right now, new debt going forward, just existing here. D is the annual pay-go. It's about $2.5 million for this year and next, and then it's $2 million a year. That is in keeping with the school funding agreement. So column E becomes the dollars going out between debt service and pay-go. The middle of the page, F through K, those are the funding sources. You've got restricted sales tax, you've got lottery monies, you've got the savings from Edgewood, you've got some federal subsidies under column I for some older bond issues that were done under the Stimulus Act. So column K adds up all of those resources, call it, 10.5 million plus or minus. And then column L, same thing, is comparing money going out in column E, that's money going out for debt service and capital, compared to all of those revenues we've identified. And you can see under column L, you're positive every year. There are more dollars flowing through this model right now than payments going out. And as a result, way over on the far right, that capital reserve is growing. Starts at $1.2 million. We expect it to be at about $2.9 million at the end of the current fiscal year. And any surpluses we're assuming will land in that reserve. Again, we're about to talk about additional capital funding that those dollars will be needed to fund. But both of those, the county model and the school model, are set up in a way, and have been for a number of years, that if you can continue to budget in similar ways, those are all able to be funded. You're able to demonstrate they're all funded in a sustainable fashion. There's no additional revenues that you need to identify in the future, provided that you can budget in that same fashion each year.
A question.
Yes, sir.
And Ellison, this may be for you, but
Okay.
actually, in that we took the 527 on Edgewood school savings, we actually are in fact from the county budget allocating $527,000 per year, over $500,000 per year, for school facilities. Am I correct?
Yes, because that was normally money that we gave them as part of their operating funds, and so now it is being used towards their debt service.
That is correct.
Yes,
So
sir.
in essence, the county is putting an extra over $500,000 per year into the schools.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right.
Well, we've got it set up right on through. I mean, it goes all the way through 44.
I mean, yeah, into perpetuity, I guess, until
I
something
agree.
changes.
So as we redirected that $500,000, we are still obligated for that $500,000 every year.
But it showed up 2 years, this year and next year, it showed up more than that, didn't it?
No, 527 every year.
The pay-as-you-go, column D, the funding agreement is at $2 million, but in '23 and '24, it was a little more than $2 million. I think that was just a decision
Yeah.
that was made.
Yeah, that's what I was
We
looking
just
at.
took the fund balance and allowed them to use
Yeah, I think
it
it was
for capital
carryover
improvement.
from the prior year.
Because we had a little.
Yeah, so I did, it was a different on two lines.
All right, so again, that's kind of the backdrop for how the current debt, everything that's been committed to as of today, is expected to be repaid over time for a county model and a school model. But we talk about, off of page 21, the current draft of the county CIP. And so this is going to cover fiscal years '24 through '28. This is at a summary level. There are different detailed schedules in our Appendix A if you want to dig into any particular line item. But you're looking at page 21, the first 11 lines are the uses of funds. Where is the money going? And so you can see there's the school funding agreement on line 4. General fund departments on line 5. Line 6 is major capital projects. It's the biggest number on the slide. It's 27.7 million. That is made up of Shell Building project, the community college site project, and the Rosewood School. There's Jetport, community college, unallocated ARP revenue loss project money, reoccurring general fund dollars. So line 11 adds up all of those uses by year, and over this 5-year period, that's about $64 million of projects that are on the CIP. Back in 2021, that was about $111 million. In 2022, there's about $154 million. So this 5-year CIP is more than cut in half from prior years. And again, that's a indication of all the projects you've funded in the last year in particular. So $64 million of projects have been identified, and then the bottom half of the chart is where are the dollars coming from? Several categories, whether it's departmental funding, ARPA funding, the school funding agreement, which is county dollars. You'll notice on line 19, there is no debt-funded projects in this entire CIP. So if this all holds true, we would expect that your annual debt budget, will continue to step down as each year goes forward, because each year your payments are getting lower. So at the current CIP, no debt planned. For Rosewood, there is line 20, a large state appropriation that's been awarded for $20 million. Some grant funding and some PAYGO funding as well. So we've got, for each year, we've got the projects listed, and we've also got funding identified. So it's balanced. Okay? Get a little more detail on page 22 if you care to get into any of the particular line items. We've got the same 5 fiscal years. We've got the major capital projects listed through line 7. We've got the county general fund departments projects, and then we've got the recurring general fund PAYGO allocation, so you can see what is made up within that line item. Again, it all adds up to that same $64 million. Any questions on that?
Do you make these numbers this small on purpose?
Pardon?
I said, do you make these numbers this small on this paper?
No, I've evolved to having to use glasses as well.
You want to borrow my glasses, Jeff?
But I still can't see them. I got some on. There you go.
Just a lot of numbers to fit on one page. But so that's the county CIP detail. And then finally on this topic, page 23 is the sources of funding. So again, it's all tying back to that same 64 million. So it's giving you all these different sources of funding on line 13. Again, debt in the middle of the book. There is no debt assumed here, short-term or long-term, and some additional PAYGO cash-funded component. So between all of those, you've got that $64 million identified. So the 2024, depending on how the budget evolves, that will be adopted and funded as part of your budget. And those outer years, the CIP is adopted, but obviously it'll get revisited each year for updates. And so our last slide is back to the repayment plan and incorporating this additional $64 million of projects. And you've seen this setup before here on page 24, right? So this is the county model. You've got the county existing debt under column B. Column C is the CIP-related debt, but there isn't any, right? We don't have any debt in the CIP, so column C is blank. D is the one-time PAYGO that is commensurate with the CIP. E is some ARPA revenue loss PAYGO that's already been included in your budget. Reoccurring PAYGO allocation under F. The site project where you're fronting the money and getting it back over a couple of years is column G. And so all of those columns add up to H. Again, that's the payments that are expected to be going out for debt service and capital, column H. Column I is that same schedule we saw earlier, all those different funding sources rolled into one column here. And then what we've identified is, I'm going to come back to this column J. J in the light in the pink there, those are the dollars that, if everything plays out exactly as projected here, you all will need to come up with to supplement this budget starting out in like 2032. Now, why does that happen? Well, you'll notice column L, as we add in all of these other projects, the deficits in column L, which are annual deficits comparing H and K, are pretty significant for a few years, but planned. These are not surprises. We knew this all along. And those are being funded by that capital reserve on the far right, column Q. Remember, that's sitting at 16 million, soon to go to 29 million, and then it's going to be spent down over a number of years to supplement your budget for debt service and capital. And that's always been part of the plan. But under this scenario, it does get spent by fiscal year 32, and that's where that pink box comes in, additional dollars that might be needed from you all to continue funding this program. And it's about 5 years worth of revenue, call it about 3.5 million, starting out in 2032. So not completely projected to be self-supporting, but a pretty reasonable level of additional funding needed, but not for a number of years. And obviously, there's a lot of things that can change here, right? I mean, projects may well pop up that we haven't anticipated. Revenues can perform better or not as good as what's in the model. These are projections. That's why we look at it each year. But the way it sits today, with everything you've committed yourselves to up till today, we know that is funded sustainably. When we pull in this additional 64 million and we fund it the way it's laid out, we have projected shortfalls of about 3.5 million out in 2032. But we've got a number of years to continue to watch that and plan for it.
So we're good up to 32.
Assuming that, yes, sir, assuming that, those are the projects that you actually are funding, and that one column I, there's lots of revenue sources in there, and as long as they perform at that level, you're good. Yes, sir.
Well, won't growth and
We've got some growth built into the sales tax. We don't have any, we have some growth built into the pennies that you're dedicating. So there is some growth built into our projections. We talk a lot about that at the staff level and like to think it's a very reasonable assumption for growth, but we've got to keep our eye on that.
You're projecting what, 1.5% growth?
1.25.
1.25.
1.25. So, taking care of a lot of projects, and you've balanced it between cash funding and debt funding, which I think is very important. You've also replenished your fund balances back to pre-2017 level and nicely above your policy. All of your debt ratios are still very solid, and you've set aside close to $30 million here in a capital reserve that is going to be a resource to you in your budgeting for the next several years. So yes, on paper, we've got a projected shortfall out in the 2032 range. I think a lot can happen between now and then, and that's why we revisit this on a regular basis.
Can you give a little bit more explanation on the column G?
Yes, column G, footnote 4. This is where the county is assumed to advance $4.5 million to the community college for the CITE or site building.
This was part of the SCIF grant funding the college received, and they were to receive it over 4 years, but they were concerned that past the 2-year budget, it was not it was not set in stone because, the budget's only approved at the state level every 2 years. So they needed assurance in writing from the county that if that funding was not renewed, we would loan them that money and they would pay us back. Now, that has not happened yet, and we anticipate that this funding will come through and we will not have to loan that money out.
All right, so just as soon as they pass the budget, this should be included in that budget.
I would think so. There were lots of colleges involved in that funding,
Sure.
and so we didn't want to not include it and then kind of forget about it, and then there would be some unexpected surprise of $4.5 million.
Okay, that makes sense.
And we're getting good feedback from our representatives. I mean, they have not voted yet, but the feedback that we're getting from the trustees at the college, everything has been positive so far.
Is that over and above the $2 million
Yes,
that's over and above that?
yes. We've contributed a total of $5 million to the site building. The $2 million that was just increased was in addition to a prior $3 million that we committed.
But the $3 million was in the tax increase thing, right?
Yes, I think it was.
Well, that it's 25, 25 for the,
Right.
DSS and 25 for the jail.
Years
And
ago, before
before
Biden inflation.
5 million and 3 million, right?
That's
Okay.
right. That's
And,
right.
and the 3 million, we're committed on that, but the 2 million, the feedback we're getting from Raleigh, I think we're gonna be all right on that one.
Well, the $2 million we've committed to as well, because that was cost overruns. This $4.5 million is what we're assuming the state will come through for.
So that's, when it's all said and done, you're talking about possibly 9 million.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 9 plus, all right. To the community college.
Well, and when we get, when we get to the commissioner's comments, I got some good figures to give you. This is money well spent.
Any other questions?
Just making sure we get, a recognition that everybody says we don't do for some organizations, so.
Well, I can assure you, the Board of Trustees and the staff at Wayne Community College appreciates everything that the county commissioner does for them.
Good.
That's all we had.
Any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
County manager's comments, and I would like to,
Remind everybody of the air show this weekend, but I also want to, one thing further on the budget, I would like to acknowledge the numerous hours that the staff put into this budget. I'd also like to thank Janice Rice. This would be Janice's last budget here employed with Wayne County, and we're going to miss her. And we had a good time putting it together. I'd also like to thank Assistant County Manager Ginger Moore, Finance Director Allison Spade, HR Director Sarah Larson, Noel Woods, and Ann Kelly Moore, who all worked really hard on this budget, and that's my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate that. All right, we'll move on to the Board of Commissioners reports. Commissioner Foster,
No comment.
Commissioner Hardison,
No comment.
Commissioner Acop.
Yes, ma'am, I have just a few. Had the pleasure of attending 2 graduation services out at the college last week. And we had, I had written the exact figure down, but I failed to bring it with me. We had over, somewhere in the neighborhood of 850 graduates from Wayne Community. Enough that we had to have 2 services, but 800, that's like 869 or something like that actually received diplomas, degrees, or certificates. and a lot of them were dual enrolled. And that figure comes to about 1,450 or 60. And the amazing thing was, a lot of the ones that walked across that stage were younger people. But there was people walking across that stage in their 40s and 50s. They had gone back to get degrees. And it was, and look, this is all races, all genders. I mean, it was heartwarming to see the people that are trying to further their education. I mean, it was a great service, but the numbers were great. They were great. And also, on a personal note, at the last meeting, I mentioned that I'd been having a few health issues. Thanks to God, good doctors, families, members, friends, all of my numbers are stable or increasing. I'm going to be fine. But, and there again, the outreach of people offering to help me do anything. What do you need? What can I do? I mean, total strangers. I mean, people that I don't have a clue who they are, but they know who I am. It's just been so humbling. But one problem I've got is I have lost some weight, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do with these clothes that my wife is buying that I'm not going to be able to wear in just a short time. But really, it's been amazing, and really, everything's turned around. Everything's looking good. And the support that the staff has given me, because I've had to miss some things, but they've kept me informed. The support that I've had from this board, it's been a very, very humbling experience. But thank all of you.
Thank you, Commissioner Acott. We're glad you're getting better. Commissioner Brewer?
Yes, ma'am. I had the opportunity to attend the meeting over at the GTP, I don't know, a couple weeks ago now, I think it was, regarding the aviation, per se, industry, and the support that several of them give our base and surrounding bases in our eastern North Carolina. That's a major impact that we have that supports our military, and it proves that we are a military friendly community east of in our eastern North Carolina. That is something that they keep. They continue to grow, and I think it's going to be a great benefit for our military institutions in eastern North Carolina. Had some, we've finally started back on some paving around the county. They're trying to finish up, or the state has, the county's not doing anything. But, they're trying to finish up on last year's paving projects. New Hood Swamp Road has opened on 13 North, the realignment. They are in the process of trying to finalize the projects on Waymore Drive and along with Berkeley as well. So it's going to be some, it's going to be a little traffic issues in the near future, but the long-term effect, hopefully it'll make it easier for us to navigate through Goldsboro. So that's all I got. Thank you, ma'am.
No comment.
Commissioner Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Wayne County employees for their service. I agree with Commissioner Acott when a lot of times, you know, we don't understand what they do to run this county, so I really appreciate what they do. I want to thank our staff as well for our budget. I know it's a lot of figuring out some things, what can we do, what can't we do. So I appreciate that as well. I appreciate this board allowing the discussion for Evolve Technologies. I had the honor to attend the junior leadership of Wayne County, me and Chip and Ginger, and we listened to the young people, their concerns and their mental health when it comes to intrusiveness, when it comes to going through metal detectors or security for that matter. And so I wanted to place for discussion this item on the agenda, and it was very, very interesting to see that, you know, we're on the same path as other counties when it comes to thinking about what's going to help our schools, what's going to keep them safe. Also, I want to talk to the young people, you know, when it comes to taking advantage of employment. You know, when you have an opportunity to work, it's going to help you tremendously in life. Don't follow what you're seeing on social media when there's a lot of things going around telling young people that, you know, don't go to work, take vacations, and, you know, we need you to work because it's going to better your life. If you look around, you see there's a lot of homelessness taking place, and it's going to continue if you don't put yourself on the right path. And the right path starts with good work ethics. And the county is providing that. So if you are chosen for those jobs, do your best. Don't come near thinking that someone owes you anything. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, before you make your comments, I did forget one thing. Wayne Community College's foundation is having their annual fundraiser for the foundation. Primarily what the Wayne Community College Foundation, the money that they raise, biggest part of it goes to scholarships. And there was a lot of those students that crossed that stage last week did it with scholarships. And I do have tickets available. Thank you.
I just got a text. All those of us that live in the north and eastern part of Wayne County that borders Wilson and Green Lenore, lock your stuff up. We've had several people breaking in during the middle of the day, wearing masks, stealing stuff. So if you live in those areas, lock your stuff up. Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to bounce off on what everybody else has said about the budget. Thank you to the staff, Mr. Crumper, for giving us a balanced budget with no tax increase. It's not an easy job to provide all these services and everything and work with what we have. And I think the public should know that we have stayed within our means and not asked for an increase, and also provide all the services, hopefully, that we can do for the public. And that's all I have. And if anybody else doesn't have any more questions, we will recess till May 17th at 3 o'clock to speak with the Wayne County School Board. Thank you.
Thank you.